reduce the cost. Then OpenShift and Kubernetes. Many thanks.
Thank you so much, Mo, for your perceptive presentation and for participating so effectively. So I'll request the audience that if they have any question, they can ask you in the chat or in a Q session. Okay?
Sure, absolutely.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Have a good day.
Good day. Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, our next presenter is Ritesh Reddy. He is a senior data scientist at Grab. He has 11 plus years experience in the area of applied machine learning and data science. He will be with us in a moment. Stay connected. Hi, Ritesh.
Hi, sorry. Hi, Sarina. How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Yeah, I'm also good. Thank you. Yeah, so
Can you please start your video?
sure, sure. Um, I have started my video. Uh, Let me know if it is visible.
Okay.
Uh, Maybe some problem with the video. Let me share my screen.
Okay, sure.
I'll check that out. I'll be sharing the screen. Okay.
Okay,
Please
sure.
confirm once you are able to see the slides that I have.
Yeah, yeah, I can see your
Okay.
slides now.
Okay,
Okay, so
sure.
Ritesh, thank you so much for being here with us. We welcome you at our conference, and you can start your presentation now. Stage is all yours.
Okay, sure. Thank you. Thanks for
Thank
joining.
you.
Today, I'll be talking more on network-based attack detection using machine learning. We will talk more on like what are the TCP/OS layer vulnerabilities are, and what are the multiple different attacks that are possible on those layers. What are the tools that people commonly use to apply those attacks? Starting from so where we are, like information security is a big domain which involves cyber security or the data security, the cryptographic techniques as well. And within cyber security, there are multiple systems that have been developed. So network security is one of that domain. Another domain is like malware analysis or the worm analysis, honeypot detection, and other stuff. So today I'll be covering more on network specific security details. But before that, why we need the security actually? So if you see the cost in $1 trillion have been increasing day to day over the years, like 2021 estimated cost is around $6 trillion. So it's a huge amount that the cyber crime can be a loss to a particular organization. So now coming back to attacks, what are the multiple different attacks and how they perform? So this is the general TCP/IP layer wise structure that we have, like physical layer. Mostly the signal jamming is the major attack that people use to attack the system and exhaust the bandwidth of the physical layer. In data link layer, mostly the forged data frames that have been generated, like ARP spoofing is one of the major attack that have been existing still. Repeated frame header flood is another one. On the networking side, Smurf attack, wherein ICMP flood. ICMP is generally the packet that people use to apply the flooding. ICMP ping flood, wherein ICMP echo request messages are sent in a great packet per second. So what happens is that like due to these packets, like the destination machine keep busy in sending the response, and it will be able to apply the denial of service at that victim machine. So transport layer, we have SYN flood, wherein the TCP SYN packets are getting transferred to have lot of open connections at the destination end, and the destination machine is becoming victim for this specific attack. Similarly, at application layer, we have seen SQL injection. Mostly at the SQL injection time, people used to fetch the information that they doesn't meant to for. In slow loading or slow post, like people used to send HTTP post request in a slow rate, so that the half open connections are existing, in destination machine, and that leads to denial of service attacks. So these are a couple of attacks that have been possible. Mostly these are possible because of the protocol vulnerabilities that we have in TCP stack. As in case of ARP, like we have a ARP cache in the system, which is maintaining the IP and MAC addresses uh, entry, and any user he can spoof that ARP cache, so that once a victim machine is able to send that packets to destination, since its data link layer address is changed, so it will be a sending to different other machines. So spoofing is one of them. So what are the different tools that people use, and what the methodology they follow? So these are a couple of tools that I talk about, like Ncrack, Cain and Abel. People use this for ARP spoofing. John the Ripper. This is basically the password specific attacks, wherein the brute force attack is applicable to use different passwords from the dictionary and apply these to a specific web server or FTP server. LOIC is a popular tool wherein people are using the denial of service and DDoS. Different kind of attacks have been performed. LMAP is used for vulnerability scanner, wherein we identify what kind of OS is running on the destination machine or what ports are open. So this vulnerability scan is the first step that people used to follow in while putting the system into attack. So as I talk about phases of intrusion kill chain, these are the couple of steps that people used to follow to attack any system. So reconnaissance is a step wherein we research or identify what the loopholes are there in the target systems, and where in what ports are open, or what are the OSs they are running, because if we know the OS, like we know what the vulnerability exists in that specific OS, and people used to exploit that. So at this next stage, weaponization, wherein the remote access malware with exploit into deliverable payload. So what people do is like they send some malicious payload to that system, depending upon the OS or the things they are running. And maybe weaponization is a phase where in they provide that. In delivery phase, the transmission of weapon to the target. In exploitation phase, once the specific code or the payload has been installed on the victim machine, now once it is delivered, that code is triggered to exploit the vulnerable systems. They used to install at the next stage, like couple of other backdoor is being installed, and command and control phase, wherein this backdoor will ultimately command the victim machine, and will get the shell access and do other stuff whatever they want. So these are the couple of steps that people or the attacker used to follow uh, to launch an attack on the designated machine or the set of machines. Okay, now we talk about couple of attacks, how they are following, and now what the next stage is, how we can detect those attacks. So intrusion detection is a method which is used to identify the set of malicious actions that basically compromise the integrity, confidentiality, and availability. So once the attack has been launched or is under launch stage, how frequent we can detect that attack. So major challenges are like, what is the detection accuracy, because uh, there might be possibility that there are a lot of false positives. So reducing false positive and increasing the detection rate is the major objective for any intrusion detection system. Detection speed is an important criteria, wherein within how much time of launching an attack we are able to detect that successfully. Because if we are going late, like the compromised system is fully controlled in the attacker control. Dynamic nature of attack, since we know that attack nature is being changed every day. We have listened zero day vulnerabilities coming up. So how frequent or how easy we are able to detect those new attacks, that is a major complexity in terms of detection system. When we talk about detection system, there are multiple types, like signature based and anomaly based. In signature based, intrusion detection system, we are providing fixed rule or the signature of an attack, uh, where in anomaly based systems we were checking like how much system is deviating from the normal scenario and estimating that difference, and specifying whether any anomaly or an attack occurred or not. I will talk that in detail. Host-based versus network-based. So this is where the intrusion detection systems or the code that has been placed, if it is placed on host-based particular host, then it is called as host-based. If it is lying on one machine and checking all the data transfer within that network, then it is called as network-based. So with host-based, major challenges are we need to deploy that detection system at each individual machine, and we need to maintain that. But in case of network based, there is a centralized system which is running that detection system to check on all the data transfer. So these are the couple of traditional methods that people use for attack detection. As I talk about signature based or the rule based method, wherein predefined rules and signatures are used to detect an attack. I have given one signature as well. So a couple of tools that people use is Snort, is the free and open source network intrusion and prevention and detection system. And it is used based on the rule-based language to detect the malicious activity like denial of service or ICMP flood or the buffer overflows, these kind of attacks. So this is one rule that has been specified. So alert is like what action needs to be performed on which protocol. Protocol is ICMP. Any is like originating from any system to home network, and these are the criteria like message. We need to show that ICMP flood, and class type is ICMP event, and filter is like track by destination. How to identify? So count 500 within 3 seconds. So if we have this kind of criteria, like then we need to tell that it's an ICMP flood attack, and we need to generate an alert. Another tool that people commonly used is IP tables, which is command line utility that people use to configure the kernel packet filtering rules. So how what people do is like, so this is one rule that I have mentioned to specify the connection limit. So this is talking about like for the TCP connection, the connection limit, if above it is greater than 80, then reject those specific packets. Or we can also generate an alert with this specific rule. So this is basically connection limiting is needed to avoid the TCP SYN DOS or DDoS attack. So these are the example of rule-based methods. Now the problem with rule-based method was like for each different attack, we need to specify the rules, and these rules needs to be changed based on the networking criteria, or based on the if the attack is changing, the specific rules also has to be changed. And with the current scenario, it is very difficult to identify the new attacks that for which we don't have any defined rules. So how we will be doing that? So to do that, to identify those attacks, machine learning based methods have been proposed, wherein machine learning methodology is being followed. You can see once we first we define a problem, wherein we define like we need to detect specific attack. Now we collect the data. How we'll collect data? We will basically create a test bed, and we will run couple of open source utilities to attack that victim machine. And during attack we collect the network packets, and in the normal scenario also we will collect the network packets. After that we do go for preparation stage, wherein we will be basically finding or the labeling which kind of attack occur at what time and what packet is associated with that. So normal and different attacks that have been performed. So with that, we have the label data generated. Now I can apply the machine learning methodology, wherein I can train a specific model on that data, and can evaluate the model that I have built so far, whether it is working perfectly or not, like what's the detection rate and the false alarm rate with the developed intrusion detection system. And once we evaluate that it is working on the specific criteria, we will deploy and further improve on that model. So this is on the right side. This is the general strategy we follow. So data set is given, we will need to select the optimum features first, so that we land into the highly available and scalable solution. So because for each different attack, specific features matters. Like in case of denial of service, I would be looking on the packets per second rate. But in case of ICMP, I would be looking on the specific number of ICMP packets within that per second. So these two are different features specifically for each different attack. After that, I will be doing some discretization, then feature encoding, which is basically converting all the features to numeric form and categorically features to specific encoding format. After that, we need to scale those feature out because we need to define a proper range wherein all these feature values are associated. Dimensionality reduction, we will doing the dimensionality reduction so that we have reduced dimension to train the model with. And once the model is training, we'll be storing that model to model store. And at the inference time, I am using the same model for generating real-time results. So this is a machine learning based methodology, the simplest one that I would be following for supervised classification. Now generating data is a cumbersome task. So there are a couple of data sets that are open source and available. Some universities have created these on their specific test bed, which is having X amount of machines and the networking scenarios, and various different attacks have been performed. So first data set was the DARPA, which is very old, 1998, which was developed by MIT Lincoln Laboratory, and KDD Cup 99 dataset that was used for third KDD computation for attack classes. There are four different attack classes: denial of service, probe, user to root, and remote to local. So these are the four different attack classes existing. So Kyoto dataset, which is the traffic data generated in Kyoto University honeypots. Similarly, NSL KDD is an improved version of KDD dataset recently generated. ADFA specifically for host-based intrusion detection system, and it contains multiple logs. UNSW NB15 is 2015 year generated data by University of New South Wales, Australia, and they use Bro IDS to label that specific data set. CIC IDS is the latest one developed by Canadian Institute of Cybersecurity, and it has more attack classes. I worked on that. So denial of service, brute force attacks, the botnets, all the classes are available in CIC IDS 2018. CIC DDoS is specifically for distributed denial of service, attack on various networking protocol like TCP, ICMP, or UDP, flood. So these kind of attacks cases are present here. Now, let me quickly show how the data looks like. So I have this kind of data. So wherein the data is having multiple different features, like from which source IP and port is generated, what is the destination IP port, and what's the protocol, at what time it was generated, and couple of other information. Since it is flow level, so what's the flow duration, how many forward and backward packets, and couple of more information on what's the total length of backward packets and the forward packets, what's the inter-arrival time, and what's the standard deviation in the packet length. So what they have done is, like, they have generated the packet level information, and from that packet level information, they have generated the flow level data that I have showed recently. So let us see what's the difference between packet level and flow level information. So packet level information is basically associated with multiple different headers like Ethernet header, then IP and TCP transport layer header, then possibly application layer headers and the payload. So in packet level detection, basically they are capturing the packet level information from the network packets, label that packet specific information and generate the data set, capture the features based on this information like header information or the payload. Like payload is being used specifically in deep packet inspection, mostly on the encrypted networks, because these days most of the networks are already encrypted. Now looking into the packet, we are basically understanding what kind of grammar they are following, or if these are the hexadecimal values in the packets, then probably it's an attack. So this kind of structure, or we are trying to learn with the machine learning model at packet level. Now next thing is flow level detection. What is a flow level? So suppose the packets are generated continuously and you have a fixed discrete window time, let's suppose 15 second. On that 15-second time window, I will be estimating a couple of other information, like from which source to which destination the flow has been initiated. Second thing is like what's the bytes per second or what's the packets per second rate that has been occurring. Another thing is what is the inter-arrival time, the inter-arrival time between the packets at the both the directions, forward and backward. So this kind of information we used to capture, and I showed you last the flow level information on one of the data set. So these aggregation are performed at for each flow, and the features have been generated. Now, once the flow level data is generated and labeled, we can use these features to build the machine learning model. So advantage is like we have the aggregated information in case of flow level detection, but in case of packet level detection, we have more information on specific packets, which we have lost when we have generated the flow level data. So these days, flow level detection is quite popular. Okay, coming back to detection methods, how we will be doing, and once we have the data set ready, in case of machine learning based models, we need to develop that. So there are a couple of strategies that people are using. Let's talk about in deep learning based methods. Three different strategy people are using: supervised, unsupervised, and hybrid approach. In supervised, basically people are using the labeled data as uh, as an input, and they are generating multiple different networks like deep neural network with multi-layer perceptron is a one possibility. Convolutional neural network is another. Recurrent neural network specifically in using the contextual information based on the last n time steps. On the other hand, unsupervised are the good methods wherein we don't require the label data. So couple of networks that have been built using that strategy is deep belief network, autoencoder, and generative adversarial network. I will be talking these two majorly today on the recent research that have been happening are on these areas. And couple of other strategies are hybrid, wherein at first stage people are using some autoencoder, and next stage people are using that autoencoded information to supply to deep neural network for the classification task. So let us talk about autoencoder in a detail. So autoencoders, these are basically unsupervised machine learning technique in which we leverage neural networks for representation learning. So if you see, what we expect is the input supplied is equivalent to output layer, and the intermediate code or the context is the one that we want to extract. So far now we see it's of lesser dimension. So now the use cases are like we can reduce the dimension, we can use it for dimensionality reduction, and second is we can use it for representation learning for classification tasks. So what I can use is this code to be supplied to the other network for the classification purpose itself. So these are the two major use cases that people have used in specifically in attack detection. Now, one of the approach is reconstruction error based. So suppose you have only normal data. Now with normal data, I have trained this autoencoder model, wherein I know for the normal, this is the specific loss that I am getting. Now, once an attack occurs, the loss will be high. So if the reconstruction error is quite large, then I am telling that some attack is happening. So in this scenario, I am supplying only the normal traffic to the autoencoder and expecting that the attack traffic will automatically be classified once the reconstruction error is high. So this is first use case. Second use case is triplet loss based, wherein we used to generate two autoencoders specifically for attacks and normal data. Now use these attack and normal specific codes and generate a triplet loss function to attack for attack identification. So this triplet loss will tell me this A you can assume as anchor, P is positive, which is the attack, and N is negative, which is normal. So the difference between anchor and positive needs to be higher than needs to be lower, and difference between anchor and negative needs to be higher. So this is the loss function that people use to train the neural net or the autoencoder model and generate these specific uh, autoencoders to be used for attack detection. And once this loss is greater, then we call it that anchor is deviating much from the normal scenario. Okay, another major unsupervised methods are generative adversarial networks. So these networks basically consist of two major constituents. One is discriminator and another is generator. So what we do is we provide real data to discriminator and some noise we associate in the generator. Now what they are learning, discriminator is discriminating with the specified data and generator is generating new data every time, the false data. So this is how the discriminator is basically getting more power on discriminating that correctly. So this is the logic that we use here. So generative adversarial network is a generative model by learning the data distribution, and it generates candidates while discriminating networks evaluate them. So objective is to increase the error rate for the discriminative network. And so that is the generative networks. Like the generative network want to generate new data that discriminator network cannot find out. And on the other hand, discriminator network needs to be succeed on fooling the generator itself. So discriminator is ultimately getting more powerful over the time. So where we are using this strategy is basically in generating the oversampling strategy. So if you know, like attack packets are used to be very less in the whole data. So what we need to do, we need to generate some malicious packets which are similar to attack and oversample that so that we can build some classification model. So malicious packets are extremely less and then normal packets. So the GANs can be used for oversampling in case of an idea. So this is one of the major use case that people used to follow using the generative adversarial network. Yeah. So another methods are, as I discussed, like in case of supervised learning, there are a lot more like multi-layer perceptron, or you can build the random forest out of it, or you can build some other specific XG boost or boosting techniques also can be followed. But in these two, we are not we are needing not the completely labeled, only the data segregated into normal and the attack specifically. So this is a case, couple of cases I talk about. Thank you. Any question, I would be happy to answer that. Yeah.
Thank you so much, Ritesh, for your wonderful presentation. It was really very informative. And thank you so much for being here and adding value. And we are looking forward to work again in future.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank
Yeah.
you.
I will stop machine. Yeah. Thank you.
Okay, sure. Thank you so much, Ritesh. So ladies and gentlemen, now with us is David Higgins. He will be starting his presentation now. Okay. Hi, David. Can you hear me?
I can. Yeah. Good morning.
Good morning. How are you?
Yeah, very good. Thank you. Yourself?
Yeah, I'm good. Thank you for asking. So let's welcome David Higgins. He's a EMEA Technical Director from CyberArk. David Higgins is working 15 plus years and he's with CyberArk from 2017. So David, you can start your presentation by sharing your screen.
Sure, no problem at all. So thank you very much for the introduction. Hopefully, are you seeing my shared screen?
Yeah, I can see your desktop, but I
It's
cannot
like a
see
blue
your
desktop,
slides.
yeah? Brilliant.
Yeah, that's right.
And now you should see slides.
Yeah, that's right. So you can start your presentation. Good luck. Stage is all yours now.
Thank you very much. So yeah, good morning, everybody. David Higgins, EMEA Technical Director here at CyberArk, and want to talk to you about a topic which I'm referring to as blurred lines, and looking at some evolution and some changes in the marketplace, changes in the security space, where we're starting to see a blurring of the lines between what is a privileged user and what is kind of a day-to-day identity. And I will explain what I mean by a privileged user and what I mean by kind of day-to-day identity, and where that convergence perhaps is taking place. To help me do that, what I wanted to do is just share with you some kind of developments that I've seen over the last 15 plus years in privileged access management around privilege and specifically identity as well as a whole. Now, one, of course, is, I'm sure you hear from many cybersecurity vendors, right, is zero trust itself. It's an old concept, it's nothing new, but you know, the discussion is with introduction of newer, you know, cloud-based technology, this is becoming more of an achievable objective. And what we're seeing is identity as being a key aspect of kind of designing and implementing a zero trust architecture. Yes, you can micro-segment and you can separate your critical resources, but ultimately there is the requirement for a subject somewhere in the world to gain access to an asset. And identity has become a really important part of those types of discussions. But I think really integral to today's topic is what I've seen happen over the many years working in this sector is that the definition of a privileged user continues to expand. In fact, I don't think there is an industry recognized term as to what a privileged user is. For many, that is the kind of, you know, IT administrator user, you know, getting root level access into Linux or admin level access into Windows. That's kind of always been the stereotypical privileged user. But as I say, I've seen that definition change and it's evolving and growing and continues to do so as it expanded out from the interactive sessions to developers and also automation processes such as applications want to connect to a database resource, robotic process automation, all these things requiring credentials to an identity that ultimately has privileged entitlements to the target, to the resource it's accessing. Third-party vendors and third-party suppliers continue to grow in usage, and we need to give those guys and girls privileged access as well. So they now become under the covers of a privileged user. But an interesting topic I'm going to raise and explore today is that last point, the workforce. At some point, as we consume more things as a service, especially software as a service, there are aspects where the workforce themselves may cross that threshold, cross that line, and actually become a privileged user. And I'll explain a little bit more about that as we go through this session. Other things that I think are helping with this kind of blurred lines discussion is less reliance on standing access. Now, knee-jerk reaction, that means least privilege, right? Enforcing the principle of least privilege, standard best practice in cybersecurity. Looking at towards things like just-in-time access, so delivering access just when it's needed and revoking it afterwards, so we make the life of an attacker more difficult because there isn't standing access rights to compromise. But also, of course, looking at removing open access, shall we say, the ability for users to gain access to critical assets, critical resources without any control, right? These users should be doing their job. They should at some point need access to, say, a critical database, critical information, a financial service application, but only under certain kind of situations should they be doing that. They shouldn't have the freedom to do it whenever they want, because obviously that kind of opens the door as well to insider risks. And I think also it'd be probably, you know, if I start with zero trust, I also have to chuck the pandemic into the mix as well when we talk about trends and development. But also what's impacted, I think, the challenge around privileges and identity is ultimately where people are and also where our data is. As digital transformation itself accelerates and we start pushing our data and critical systems into something as a service, but also our workforce become more and more remote, this is also opening certain kind of challenges. Now, where I want to take this conversation next is to move into Zero Trust, explain a little bit what I mean about the role of identity there, and then we'll dive into specifically privileged access management, and then explore that topic I was saying about the blurred lines. But this piece about Zero Trust, I think is important. It's going to actually come back towards the end of the session to provide some, I guess, closure to this session. But Zero Trust is something, as I say, we've talked about for a very long time. It's certainly nothing new from a topic or a discussion. And it links for me very much to that kind of assume breach mindset, right? If we alter our risk position, we assume that that perimeter has been compromised. How does that alter the way that we protect our systems? And obviously this then starts to open the door to moving away from flat networks and micro-segmentation. But as mentioned, even once we establish how we're going to allow a subject to make a connection to a resource, that's just the IP connection that's established, right? But now we still need that subject to authenticate into the resource, and we have to then control what they're able to do within that resource. And that's why identity security is such a key element when organizations start talking about Zero Trust. And so when you look at this, we have a subject, and I'll get my little laser pointer out here to help. We have a subject that wants access to an enterprise resource. Now we can establish that network connection in many different ways, depending on, of course, how you segment and break up your network. But let's just presume that's all been done, network connection established to the enterprise resource. But now we need to make a risk-based authentication. We need to authenticate this individual. We may take context about what device they're on to make a decision about authentication. But ultimately, that's going to drive whether we trust this individual, who they are. Great. Now we need to make a decision about should they actually be getting access to this resource once we've authenticated them? And if so, what level of entitlement and authorization they should have, deliver the access securely, and maybe that's a just-in-time provisioning of access, or maybe that's some kind of controlled workflow. Continually verify them. So once that route's open and they've authenticated into the resource, continually verify who they are. This is all in line with kind of Zero Trust concepts. And of course, for compliance, regulation reasons, but also more importantly for security correlation, threat analytics, user behavioral analysis, we want to be capturing everything that's taken place. Now, this is a very high-level conceptual slide. And the reason I open with this is actually that subject that you see on the left is really important because it changes depending on what they're doing, right? And this conversation has been relatively straightforward when we start talking about this individual being an IT administrator, right? And needing privileged access to the underlying systems to perform some kind of role. And so let's dive into privileged access management, or recap of what it's always been about, and then start to talk about this blurred lines discussion. And just bear in mind that diagram I showed you, because as I say, who that subject is and what resource they're accessing will change depending on the use case. And therefore the controls that we want to implement are going to change. So if we step into that world of that subject being an IT administrator, there are different kind of use cases that we may see within that situation, right? So we have our growing assets, right? So we're looking at privileged access at this point. So predominantly, we're talking about infrastructure, console access, your network devices, databases, so on and so forth. And there'll be different reasons that someone will need privileged access into that environment. So it could be, it's simply an administrator that wants to gain access to an operating system to perform a patch, to fix a problem. These are the guys and girls that keeps the lights on in the business. They're continually to maintain and make sure those lights are blinking green and not red, and keeping the systems operational. I mentioned as well, we may outsource some of that responsibility to third parties. They themselves will want to get privileged access into your environment to support those systems. Most organizations these days are a development house themselves, building applications for internal employees, for their customer base. But developers as well, right, will need privileged access. They'll likely want to operate on a privileged session on their workstation. They're likely going to build applications that want to communicate to some of the assets you see on the right-hand side to get a privileged connection to query data, to update data, so on and so forth, which also links to, we're also in the privileged access space giving non-humans that kind of access, right? Think CI/CD pipeline, think robotic process automation, think legacy applications that you've had running for a very long time that are connecting to a database. These are all pretty standard use cases when we consider privileged access management. These are well-defined subjects that need access to underlying infrastructure and systems to perform some critical function, and therefore they come under the banner of privileged access management. And I'll summarize in a minute how we typically control their access. To throw a spanner into the works, and more of a modern-based use case, well, what about when you start consuming software as a service? And as soon as you sign up to that service, the initial actions, the initial authentication and access to that system will be an admin level account. But that may not necessarily sit with your traditional IT support development community. It may actually sit directly with the business function that is consuming that service, but they're administrating that application. They're getting admin level access rights, and we'll talk about the way they get those admin rights. And this is where we start to see some of that blurring of the lines taking place, right? This isn't necessarily your traditional IT administrator, etc., getting that access. So again, hold that thought, and we're going to jump back to it in a second. But let me quickly recap for those 4 other use cases, how we typically do privileged access management, because there's a key point I want to summarize that's going to bring us back to that 5th use case. And what you see here is now I've put a control point between those personas we saw before. The assets, resources remain the same. But what we've always done historically with privileged access management is, well, look, let's take the related credential associated to that privileged account, whether it be a password or a key, an API, a key, etc. Vault it, rotate it, protect it, and control who's allowed access to it. And rather than actually disclosing the credential and giving it to the end user, let's further protect our environment by enforcing isolated access from internet connected devices and our critical systems through brokering type technology. And so rather than disclosing a credential to a user, we simply connect them to the target they need access to. Enforce session recordings, so we've got visibility, especially if some of these privileged accounts are using a shared or generic in nature. We start to get that accountability. That allows us to then start performing correlation rules to say, well, as we see privileged activity over here, it should go through our control process. That should allow us to start detecting, obvious attack attempts, because privileged access management has always been there to stop the most privileged accounts getting into the hands of attackers. And that's always what they're after, right? They're after those highly privileged accounts. So let's detect attempts to circumvent and exploit those credentials. And then what we usually saw is organizations mature these processes by starting to strip away full admin rights, deliver just-in-time access, least privileged conversations. Now, I mentioned that this slide is going to tie back to the previous one, because the way that privileged access management typically works is we're talking about 2 different identities. We're talking about the user themselves authenticating as themselves. They're providing the credentials, hopefully multi-factor, as themselves to say, right, this is who I am, and therefore we can ascertain what their role is and responsibility is in the organization. And then they're saying, I want privileged access over here. And that access over here is typically done with a secondary account, a privileged account. It may be named after the individual, it may be shared in nature, but typically in the space of privileged access management, we're talking about a story of 2 halves. One, me authenticating who I am, and then me actually getting a connection to a target as a secondary account. And again, that session monitoring and all that fun stuff I mentioned before is going to give us the control and the accountability and the security that we need. But as mentioned, things are starting to change in the way that privileged manifests into certain systems and who is getting that privileged access. So I'm going to give you a couple of examples to build upon those previous personas. Think about developers to start with, not just the fact that for some organizations, the code they're writing is the heart of the organization, right? Some financial services may be writing algorithms that relate to trading processes, right? That's critical to the way that they generate revenue. But also, those developers are typically, or have been usually, segregation of duties. They shouldn't be accessing production systems. They're just writing code and that's getting pushed through. But as I say, sometimes the code that they're seeing, the repositories that they are posting data to, so on and so forth, that access itself is valuable and of interest perhaps to a would-be attacker. That perhaps is an obvious example. It's linked to one of the personas I showed before, but let's look at these other three. A financial analyst, so say you're in that industry, right? The data that they're seeing is absolutely going to be coveted by a cyber criminal, right? They're going to be seeing information that is valuable and would provide some form of financial gain to a would-be attacker. So naturally, we could start to see that their access being coveted, targeted, and compromised by an attacker, because the nature of what that financial analyst is seeing is perhaps deemed privilege, right? They have a privilege in order to see that sensitive data. Think about healthcare professionals and the kind of sensitive PII health-related information they're seeing, not just of the general public, but let's say that's a VIP or a member of government. When they're able to access that data, are they crossing over that threshold from a kind of day-to-day user to that of a privileged user? Yes, they're not administrating a database or a server, but equally that data being compromised and accessed is just as high risk and impactful perhaps as a domain controller being compromised. And the last example you see here is actually one that's played out many times, right? Social media, organizations have a Facebook, a LinkedIn, a Twitter profile, right? And if that access is compromised, malicious tweets, so on and so forth could be made. Therefore, that access, what they're publishing through those social media platforms is the face of the organization. That access, again, as they cross over that threshold, is that perhaps deemed as privileged access? And we need to talk about ways that the way that access typically holds out. But if I was to summarize this slide, it's ultimately making a kind of a decision point by saying, well, actually, the combination of who the identity is, who's making the request, what they're getting access to, and also the importance of what level of entitlements they're having once they gain that access, that's ultimately going to kind of derive a different type of profile. All the way from me getting access to Workday to make a holiday request, right, because I want to have a week off, to those financial analysts, social media, the marketing team, so on and so forth, crossing that threshold and actually, well, it's still part of the organizational enablement. They're still doing a business-related function, but actually what they're seeing and what they're doing is sensitive access. It's coveted access. They've kind of crossed over from that day-to-day access. Then, of course, under the covers, if you then combine that the identity is a built-in admin account with far-reaching access and administrative access, well, those combinations probably mean it's some kind of system support user, right? It could be that the identity is non-human, but they still need access to a database that holds credit card information, and they need read and write permissions with that. That's that kind of machine identity. The point being is we've got differing personas, and really depending on the combination of these three things is going to determine whether that steps into the world of being privileged and sensitive, and most importantly, coveted from an attacker perspective. And that's why, as I say, we're starting to see this blurring of lines. That changeover from what is a privileged user that typically would address the privileged access management, and what is a typical workforce employee, that we typically secure with access management. Because again, think about that SaaS-based application, that business function that now is administrating that SaaS application, because there's no underlying infrastructure that we need to look after now as an organization. All we have is the application layer. The business unit themselves can log in and configure it and set it up. But is that privileged access? Arguably, yes, especially depending on what they're seeing. But going back to that privileged access management slide I showed you before, where it's two identities, when we move into this space, typically where that blurring of lines is maybe perhaps on a SaaS application, we've got that challenge of it being federated access, which is that it's not two separate identities. It's not an identity requesting access to a privileged account. It's typically David.Higgins authenticating as myself and then getting federated access. And then back to that slide I showed you before, the combination of what I'm accessing and the entitlements that I'm being given as part of that federated access is creating perhaps a persona of a privileged account. But with that in mind, if that is the case, then we need to be adding additional security. It's coveted high-risk access. So we need to be, of course, auditing what I'm doing, because if I'm seeing regulated data, you're going to have to do that anyway, but arguably you want to do that for best practice reasons anyway. continually validate once I've got that open session that it's still me, that it genuinely is me, and not that my identity itself has been compromised. Applying those controls, in the right context, depending on the combination of user access entitlements. But of course, doing this in a frictionless way, because when you step into the world of a federated kind of workflow, I fire up my browser and I want to hit that URL, maybe through an app icon once I've done SSO, but I want to work natively. I want to work with my browser. Perhaps want to be working remotely anywhere in the world. I don't necessarily want to go through the typical governance that you may see through a privileged access management platform. And so that's where we see this kind of blurring of the lines starting to take place. And so from a CyberArk perspective, it's something that we've reacted to and been looking into actually. And so recently we announced a new capability that looks at this challenge. It says, well, look, we've got what would typically be a traditional access management workflow. A user needs to log in as themselves to an application, but actually what they're doing and what they're seeing makes them a privileged user. They've crossed that threshold. So actually now security are concerned and want to enforce better controls, perhaps session monitoring, continual validation that the user is still in that session. Is that user with the right auditing and analytics wrapped around that? And so that's what we built, this new capability that we're calling secure web sessions, which says, well, look, you've got your identity single sign-on platform, right? In this case, it could be CyberArk, it could be anything else that you're using, but you connect in and then the user says, well, look, I now want to gain access into this application. Going back to what I showed you before on the slide, that combination of who the user is, what they want to access, with what entitlements may mean that actually we want to step up the security controls. And that's a decision that the technology can make, right? That combination of David, then this application, we need to kick in some additional control. So firstly, let's push the user through, let's invoke a browser extension that's going to start to protect that user's session in a slightly different way than if they were just operating normally with a standard browser. Of course, securely authenticate with risk-based authentication, that information about who David is, what he's on, what he's previously been doing, to make a decision about what authentication process he needs to go through, get me connected into the application, but then also start doing secured web session recording, capturing everything that I'm doing, the clicks I'm making, the text I'm typing in, the pages that I'm opening, and provide that back to a central, auditing and analytics engine, which could be within CyberArk or anything else that you're using. But we start to get greater insight into what these privileged users, who may not be your traditional privileged users, are actually doing within these systems, so that of course that can then be replayed back, it can be searched through, it becomes contextual in nature because those metadata that we're kind of capturing, I mentioned before. And then this is what that blurring of the lines is happening, right? We're starting to have to enforce what would typically be privileged access controls on a workflow that typically be an access management workflow, because as I say, that crossover that's happening about when a user becomes privileged. So say this is something we recently introduced. I would kind of say as a takeaway, hit our website and we can kind of get you some more information. For us, and I think I like this slide because it kind of shows that blurring of the lines and that expansion of what a privileged user is something that's continual happen, and it's kind of been part of our journey generally as a company, that we've continually innovated and added new capability and controls as we've seen these deviations, expansions, evolutions of access, and most importantly, when it's being coveted and targeted by an attacker. So if I was to try and summarize all of this, which is difficult to do, but I'll try, I'd kind of say three key things as a takeaway, right? One is that the nature of privileged access is changing. And we've always done privileged access management for two main reasons. One, regulation, if you're in financial services, pharmaceutical, insurance, so on and so forth, but also most importantly, because of cybersecurity. Every single attack that we see, pretty much, the attackers go after your domain admins, to critical accounts because of the far-reaching access it gives. But generally, the nature of that privilege is, or what makes a privileged user, is changing. And it's the fact that our landscape is changing, our environment is changing, where we're storing our data is changing, and that's actually splitting out some of the roles, and meaning that in some cases, as mentioned already, right, those business users themselves are becoming privileged. The trends that I mentioned before are further promoting the importance of identity And as that blurring of the lines takes place, that's really driving the requirement to kind of create a more consolidated, consistent workflow. You know, if I'm that traditional IT admin user, but also in some cases I may be accessing some kind of SaaS subscription security product perhaps that I'm consuming, you know, I'm going to have a workflow to log into that console, perhaps as a federated user, but then I may also need to log into, you know, a domain controller to do whatever, trying to deliver more of a consistent workflow for that persona rather than having access multiple different workflows to ultimately achieve access. It's just, of course, the nature of that access is changing. And I think the important thing, when you've probably heard me say the word identity security, seen it a couple of slides, is, you know, privilege is the part of that. But the key thing is, right, what is a privileged user? And that definition is mentioned, right, continually to change and evolve as the technologies we consume and adopt also continually change and evolve. So look, I've hopefully given the team a little bit more time, sped up a couple of slides, hopefully to keep you guys on schedule. Kind of next steps, if you have got any questions, look, here's my email address. Please feel free to contact me. I'd also obviously strongly encourage you to hit the website, that secure web session technology that I mentioned, which is addressing that blurring of the lines. Available on our website to have a bit more information. So please feel free to have a look, and look, thank you very much for your time.
David, thank you so much for your stimulating presentation. It was really very informative, and I personally enjoyed it very much. So thank you so much for being here and adding value in our program. Thank you so much. And we're looking forward to work again with you. Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, our next presenter now is Piotr, and he's with us. Hi, Piotr, how are you?
I'm fine, and how are you?
I'm good. Thank you for asking. So, ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome Piotr. He is a global architecture, engineering, and emerging technology security leader, and is responsible for such areas as OT, IoT, AI, RPA, blockchain, cloud, SAP, and MS security. And he's also a co-author of a book regarding critical infrastructure and numerous publications regarding ICS, SC, ADA security. So Piotr, you can start your presentation now. Thank you so much for being here. We are really honored to have you in our conference. So you can start your presentation. I can see your slides properly. Good luck. Stage is all yours now.
Thank you so much. And thank you for inviting me to this conference. There's a lot of things you have actually read about myself, but today we'll be focusing on the shop floor, production environment, and Industry 4.0. So the topic for today is how cyber threats change the way we see industrial revolution today. And without maybe further ado, let's jump into it. As you've heard, this is something that I'm doing on a daily basis. So this is not, let's say, things that you can read on the internet, but hopefully you will get some insights from projects, standard creation, and also things that I've heard through being a lecturer at the university. Okay, so let's start with industrial revolution. Of course, in the cyber crowd, we may be focusing around threats and cyber, but before we'll go into fourth industrial revolution, I think it's good to have understanding what is actually happening in the last couple of centuries to get us where we are right now. So basically, the first industrial revolution was the one that we witnessed, let's say, in the 18th century, so a long time ago. And that was the first, let's say, mechanization. It was because of steam and water power. Right, so a long time ago, that was the first one. Basically, we run into effectiveness and starting to replace manual work with kind of industrialization. The second one, which I think is closer to us, is actually something that happened in 20th century. So we added very important part, which is electricity, which stays with us to the current days. Mass productions, right? Assembly lines, division of labors, a lot of things that are used also today. So very important one from, let's say, all the revolutions point of view. The third one is actually, some of us actually could witness it because it's started 70s, it's 80s. Basically, it's introduction of computerized systems, automated machines to production environment, and of course, creation of production processes. So basically, when we combine the second one and the third one, and we add some speed to that, we have fourth industrial revolution. So we are using all of that to basically connect emerging technologies, to connect people with machines, with huge speed of change, and of course with scale. So here we are. The fourth industrial revolution is here, and let's look at the most important thing, right? The market size. And as you can see on the left side of the slide, obviously there's a huge market size today, and it will be growing of a compound annual growth rate of 34 to 37%, depending on the data. But it's really huge raise. So definitely the market is there. When there's a budget, there's a money, there's a cash flow. Obviously, there's a room for change. There's a room for effectiveness, and hopefully for security. If you look at the center of the slide, and kind of respond of the companies, what they think about smart factories, what they think about industrial revolution. Well, it's almost 100%, 91% are saying, well, this is something we definitely will take on, we will push forward. Of course, it doesn't mean that every single company actually have a smart factory. It means that either they are planning this, maybe they're in the middle of it, maybe some of them are really mature. But realistically, if you see anything that is above 80%, it's not trend. It's just things that is happening. It's just commodity, and we definitely need to look at this from this perspective. Okay, so the other number that may actually be interesting for you is this 98%, which I think is kind of like the essence of it, because if you ask companies what they want to have out of smart factory, usually they say it's value of predictive maintenance, its effectiveness, and all those things related to pushing factories to the limits, which obviously it's important, but it's also something that we need to remember. We will be going through the presentation, and we will discuss more cyber part of it. 64% really think that the greatest challenge is difficulty of data integration. Also, on some other let's say surveys, we are seeing that actually security is popping up as something that is on the agenda, and it's something that we are usually hearing that may slow down a little bit the progress. So this is also an important part we will discuss. And completely on the right side, I just put IoT. Basically, we know that is being developed faster than ever before, and instead of talking about it, let's just see a slide. Okay, well, busy slide, but bear with me. I will walk you through it very quickly, and then you will be on the same page, so we can dive into the main area of our topic. Okay, so the trends. First of all, of course, I've talked about the speed. I've talked about the scale, and definitely something. What is striking us every single day is the amount of a new malware, right? Of course, it's not types, but let's say those malwares are very similar. But still, if you look at this, every single day you have more than 1 million types of malware, right? So it definitely, you cannot handle this manually. You need to have some automated tools. You need to have some processes in place to bear with it, because otherwise it's just impossible. Second thing is, of course, the losses in 2020, and again here, you can look at different analysis, but it is actually skyrocketed to $1 trillion. 1 trillion, sometimes I'm seeing 1.7 trillion. It is expected to go to 6. Anyways, I think that this amount of money is big enough to think about it very, very seriously. And a couple of other things, like 70–80% of a website usually are we discover vulnerabilities on. So we are living in very, very vulnerable ecosystem. Why I'm saying this? Because of the lower part. If you look at the IoT devices or any devices that we are implementing or things that we are doing in order to get to smart factory, you are seeing that there's a huge scale of it, right? 50 billion of IoT devices, majority of them actually connected to internet, more devices than people, you name it. I think is very important that we cannot handle it by simply putting more people into work, right? The core competence of people need to definitely shift from actually being able to look at those logs to actually maneuver the solutions. Some other things in over there, I don't want to go through it. Maybe just one. In terms of IoT attacks, and probably I talked about some, I think years ago maybe, and it was always something new, something fresh, right? But today we are witnessing more than 35 million of attacks, IoT attacks, annually, which means this is not something new anymore, right? This is, as I said, this is a commodity for us, and let's just put this additionally to our risk map, and let it stay over there. Okay, on the right side, you have a couple of results from our global information security survey. I will just pick two of them. First, this 59%. This is an organization that they're saying they actually witnesses a significant breach in the last 12 months. Preliminary data, I think this year will definitely boost this number, probably above 70%. So it's again very, very, very well known problem to an organization. And the second thing is this 20%. This is where boards or C-level executives or very high stakeholders are extremely confident in cyber attack mitigating measures. Now, the reason I'm showing this is because this is actually decreasing. So there's less and less confidence in ability for cyber attack mitigation. And the reason for that is because of a new areas, new landscape. IoT is one thing, but industrial revolution and OT, so operational technology, actually brought us to a place that we understand this is a huge threat landscape, but also we understand that still this is a new area to be protected, and we are still learning how to do it. Therefore, senior stakeholders, they know about it, and because of that, this confidence is pretty low. But let's see, why is that? Okay, so first of all, I'm getting a lot of those questions, right? Is OT environments, industrial control systems environment are really being attacked? And let me answer twofold. Obviously, we are hearing a lot of situations when operation technology are being impacted, but they are not really a target of the attack. So, adversaries, they are targeting IT systems, right? So office systems, but because of lots of reasons, maybe a lack of network segmentation, maybe lack of protection, also OT environment is being affected, and therefore we have significant loss as a result. That's true that in, let's say, even majority of cases, OT is not targeted, but the impact and the consequence are the same, right? So we are still having problems on the shop floor. But on the other hand, let me also say that we are seeing more and more attacks on the operation technology environments. And there's a lot of reasons behind that. First of all, it's a hot topic. Second of all, we have bigger awareness, like adversaries understand how to do it. they know the architecture, they know the vulnerabilities and so forth. The third thing, obviously, is we are with shift of the technology from IT to OT. We're also inherited a lot of vulnerabilities from IT world, having also OT, let's say, dynamics or working 24/7, either like, lacking the ability of quickly patching and updating system and so on. Okay, so this leads us to obvious things like, is it local, global problem? What is actually important over there? And of course, in the production environment, usually we have OT divided on sites, on the production plants, and technically we may say, okay, if something will happen, I will lose one production plant. Maybe it's actually a risk that I can accept. Otherwise, I need to spend some time and effort to protect it. Realistically, this is not the case. In the attacks you're hearing about, you're seeing, those environments are connected either by production network or going through the office space and not being properly protected. So you hear a lot of times, and even like recent situations showing that the plan, when the organization is under attack, the plants across the globe in different continents are down because of that. So it's definitely not a local problem. And also, it would be, I think, naive to think that operation technology environment without, let's say, proper protection for the last 10, 15 years, as we have in IT, will be somehow protected, right? Definitely there are vulnerabilities. There are absolutely all those computerized systems that you've seen from further industrial revolution are there. Well, you can log into them, you can hack them. Basically, they are smart enough, unfortunately, so you can change the logic of them. And basically, this is what we are dealing with. Okay, so what is the impact, and why actually C-levels, the executives are quite aware of the situation? And let me say that in many cases, actually C-level executives are more aware of the situation than middle management and sometimes industrial control system engineers, right? The reason behind that is industrial control system engineers, and I'm engineer as well from my background. They have different KPIs, right? They have different goals. They need to be very close to the systems. They need to make sure that the 24/7 production is there. So they focus is a little bit different, right? So in order to bridge the gap, and in order to make sure that things are progressing the right way, we put some of the impacts that keeps C-level awake at night, and they are not so obvious for the IT side of the game. So first of all, of course, production impact. So if adversaries or malware spread would stop the production. Absolutely obvious, you're not producing, therefore you're not making money, therefore you are not fulfilling your contracts and so on and so forth. Obvious one, and I think the one that everyone is focusing on, but actually this is not the main one. Apart from this, you have also the reputational risk, so risk of losing your reputation. And this was actually very, very visible in after recent cyber attacks, because if you can clearly correlate announcement of successful cyber attack with shares drop, price of the shares, and it was like 7, 8, 9, sometimes 10% of the drop in the first 48 hours, which means you're losing 10% of the business. So it's it's reputation is one thing, but the other thing is like impact, direct impact on your value of your company is also significant. things like loss of public trust. This is especially for production companies that they are very close to the end user, with some things like related to food, drugs, and so on and so forth. Quality, and this is probably very, very let's say important and relevant from for production. I'm always saying that stopping production is important, but everyone will see that. I mean, it's difficult not to see that the production actually has stopped. But what we can miss actually is this change of quality of a product. So we are still producing, but the quality is not that good, right? And the attackers are smart, to be honest. We're witnessing this to change a little bit the quality of the product. So eventually we have recalls, or we have a product that is hitting the market, which is with the quality that is not so good, right? So it's a very, very important part, especially in the social media board. Other thing is, of course, the IP theft, and of course, last but not least, environmental protection. And over here, I think it's a lot of let's say cyber as well as C-level executive stakeholders were a little bit, let's say, surprised by a situation from February of this year. So attack on Oldsmar water treatment plant in Florida, right? So over there, hackers gain access to the wastewater treatment SCADA system through TeamViewer, so very simple attack, to be very honest. And they actually changed the parameters over there. So they increased the amount of sodium hydroxide. Basically, they could poison the water. But the way they did that, they changed it by 100 times, right? So it was just spotted. But if coming back to my quality statement, if they would do it by maybe 10 times, or maybe by 5 times, or maybe 2 times, not 100 times, that could not maybe spotted, and therefore they could really poison the water, and actually the safety and health of the people were actually at risk. So it was a lack, to be honest, over there, but also a very simple attack. So we can see that still we have a lot of things to do in order to protect our environment and the production facilities. Looking at time, I need to speed up, unfortunately. Okay, so 3 things that we need to definitely take into consideration is, well, you probably thought I will go into network segmentation. That's so obvious, and I was covering this so many times. I think it's absolutely the basic thing today, and I don't want to spend time on this. But the 3 things that I'm seeing today is asset management, OT asset management, security governance, and security of IoT or embedded devices. So, conscious of time, I will go through it very quickly. So bear with me, but I think you can also look at the slides. Let's start from OT asset management. Obviously, and you can quickly imagine this. If I will tell you that a very critical vulnerability is discovered for one of your controllers on the shop floor, what is the actual time you will find it in the cabinet? From our, let's say, observations, it's sometimes even up to 3 weeks to find the actual device in the cabinet, because sometimes we know the IP address, they don't know the physical address. Sometimes we don't have the proper inventory of our environment. As you can see over here, 82% of the organizations we checked, we asked, they don't have any, let's say, proper OT asset inventory place. So it's a lot, right? And obviously, one is inventory, second is management, right? So basically, like, going from steps of maturity, we are not even there. Whereas I think IT, they have different problem of having too many solutions. And of course, the perception of number of assets on the shop floor, it's over here is like 5%, but we've seen also 20%. So like we're asking how many IoT devices you have in place. 200, we are going into the site, it's actually 4,000. So it's a huge difference. And of course, if you cannot really measure it, if you don't know that you have vulnerable equipment, you cannot protect it. Right? So it's a very first thing, and actually a huge support for Industry 4.0 digitalization. Because if we really understand our shop floor, it things better. Okay, just maybe quickly, of course, enhancement of security, remediation of any problems, better lifecycle management of products. I will not go into it, conscious of time. Let's go to the governance. Obviously, today a little bit decentralized environment. Every single shop floor is run a little bit differently because of obvious things. Engineers need to be close to the system, so they have created the way they're doing this in the most effective way. And also mergers and acquisitions, buying some new plants over the time causes that this is very diversified and distributed environment. Today, with security as a central role, we want to have like centralized patching, centralized incident response. So we need to have this formal way to create a new operating model and the governance. And also one important thing, even if you put some great solutions in place, someone needs to really run it. Someone needs to use it. Otherwise, it will be just toys in the cabinet, right? So very important to have this collaboration. Looking at the time, and just will go through it very quickly. Of course, apart from internal operating model and also like governance, make sure you will include vendors. Vendors are very important, especially in that industrial control system environment. They are usually also part of our teams because they are running some of our systems. So they need to be taken into consideration as well. And also you will need to think about what to do with very sophisticated and complicated environment with a lot of legacy solutions. So planning how to protect it, how to replace it over the time is important. Okay, so looking at the time and very quickly speeding up, in terms of IoT and all this, let's say, emerging tech, I'm always hearing that this is a problem because it's complicated. There's a lot of things we need to do, and so on and so forth. And to be honest, it's like, it's kind of an elephant in the room. But if you look at it very simply from, like, and divide it into the sensors, so equipment you have in place, and you need to protect communication, right? And it's not on the internet. It's data transfer. It's 5G over there, and it's going to be. I mean, like, it is standard thing to test it as well. Today, low power wide area networks, obviously as IoT connection. So we are putting this in place. And the third one is, of course, the application and services. So a lot of things you can check. Is for instance, in terms of the sensors, can you patch it? Can you upgrade it? How is there any regulatory standards that need to be complied with, and so on and so forth? And you can run really a lot of very standard controls on those. Of course, a little bit different way of checking, but definitely 80% of the things you already have in place may be reused. So just divide it, slice it, and every single part of it can be really checked. But over here also, the most effective way of protecting your environment is creating the requirements also for your suppliers, right? So make sure that the security requirements will be over there, and some of this protection levels will be transferred to your vendors. Looking at time, just quick procurement. I said this, hardening public key infrastructure and patching. I think I touched a little bit. Last slide and last minute is about actually changing the mindset of digitalization. So I've begun with that in majority of cases, we are hearing that security can slow us down, slow down digitalization, slow down time to market, creating new products, and so on and so forth. The trend right now is actually the other way around. We are saying that with security embedded, the time to market is quicker, digitalization is faster, and working. I mean, this collaboration between tech, engineering, and cyber is actually speeding things up tremendously. The transformation program I'm seeing today are really with close collaboration. They're confident that we can go faster because it is protection. They have cyber people in the back. They have industrial engineers also, and they can really move forward. And the transformation piece is going smoother. So it's possible. I can see it. A lot of things we can implement, and definitely the collaboration today is much better than it used to be even 2 years ago. Okay, so I think that's it. I've kind of went through it, I think, quickly. So I guess we can stop right now. If there are questions, happy to answer them. If not, I will leave you on the stage to the next one.
Thank you so much, Piotr, for your wonderful presentation. And you have touched so many critical areas. It was a really very informative session. And I'll ask the audience that if someone is having a question, they can ask you in the QA session or in the chat session. Okay. So thank you so much, Piotr, for adding value here. Have a great day. Okay, sir. Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, now we will be having a 10 minutes break, and you all can grab your coffees and tea, and we will catch up after 10 minutes at a sharp 12:15. Okay, have fun. Bye. How are you?
I'm excellent. Great to be here.
That's great. We are honored to have you as our keynote speaker. And so, ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome Yochai Korem. He's a CEO from Cyberint. Yochai is a seasoned executive and strategic cybersecurity leader and innovator with over 20 years of experience in driving sales and overall business success for cybersecurity companies. So, Yochai, you can start your presentation now. Thank you so much for being here. Kindly share your screen.
Perfect. So thank you, everyone. Great to be here. Today I'll try to give some information about how threat intelligence program can proactively help and protect from multiple risks. Maybe two boards about myself. I'm leading Cyberint as the CEO and coming with extensive background both in intelligence collection, analysis, and dissemination, as well as in cybersecurity. And I'm looking forward to receive, this is happy that it's not a recorded session, but a live one, receiving any kind of questions or comments during the session so I can potentially address them. If not, could be, of course, at the end of the session. So maybe I'll start with the question, why threat intelligence? And I think a better terminology today would be digital risk protection, why it is important to the strategy. And we see actually two types of answers that we receive from different organizations. The first one is a strategic answer. So this type of program in many cases could provide the ongoing evidence to support the board and other decision makers in the company and showing them actually there is a risk, there is an attack, there is a threat on the company, and cybersecurity is not just something that happens to others. To verify they are engaged and supporting the security team in improving the security posture of the company. And the second part, when you want to plan, and we are all now in the budget cycles planning to look for what to do next year, you want to verify you're looking on threats and tactics that are actually emerging now and you're not defending from last year problem. So this is on the strategic front. On the operational front, a program could help providing, first of all, any understanding on chatter, intention, or any weaknesses that is identified. And if you identify those in time, you're able to, of course, stop it and prevent it from being used by the threat actor. Some of the data that one could identify is not originating from your company, it is originating from your supply chain, from your partners, from your customers potentially, but it could impact your organization. So it is important to be able to identify this data as it's being distributed out there. The next area is related to things that are actually happening outside totally your network, in your social media. And we know everyone using social media today for different business activities and of course brand. And the threat actors are taking advantage of this by creating fake pages, fake job posting, and many other types of attack that are either the attack itself or part of the sequence or the steps for other types of attacks. So these are all elements of why this is important. And the last point I would say, in many cases, digital risk protection and threat intelligence programs should not only identify problems, they also should allow you and support you in remediating this, including takedowns and other types of remediation, which is effective to stop the threat from happening. So in my session today, I'll try to give you the top 5 steps I would say are important for this type of program, and then real life example just from the last few days that could be interesting for you to see. So the first step when we're building such a program, we need to look at it at three layers of intelligence. The first and most important layer of intelligence, of course, refers to the targeted intelligence. This is the information that is specifically to your organization. For example, there is a phishing campaign against you, or there is an account that has been taken over in your organization. This is the most critical, important, and also topics that you can handle by resetting the password or blocking at the phishing site, and of course, other remediation techniques. So this is what you want primarily to achieve. However, you want to be also aware of what's going on outside the, yourself, meaning in other companies, your peers, either in the industry or in the geography you operate in, and verify this is actually, if something happens to someone else, you don't have to wait it to happen to you as well. You can prepare in advance. And lastly are the global threats that are those that are impacting everyone due to vulnerability in Microsoft or in Cisco, in others. And we want to be able to get those as well. So when you build a program, first stage, define the goal, which is mostly getting pinpoint intelligence, but don't forget the additional layers that will give you the context to what's happening outside of that. The next step will be to understand how threat actors work. And in this case, we're talking about the stage of reconnaissance that is being executed by a threat actor. So how can a threat actor decide that you are the target and not someone else? And once you're the target, where is the best entry point? So you would like the program to include different elements of analysis of the digital surface. Digital surface, what are your IPs? What are the domains that someone in marketing listed a while ago and could be used for a successful phishing campaign? What are the cloud assets that you are using today? Does anyone opened or created an S3 bucket or something in Amazon that is not well configured? So what is the attack surface? What are your digital assets and what are the misconfigurations? What is the shadow IT, etc. that could be identified? And of course, by identifying and fixing those issues quickly, you are able to potentially reduce the risk that threat actors will be using it. Let me continue to the third step, which is verifying that you actually receive valuable data in the program that is enriching and giving you those alerts. And the data is in many cases available where the threat actors actually communicate, where they buy and sell. And as you probably know very well, the threat actors are not working in very organized teams, but there are different people with different roles. One of them will be looking for the targets. Another person will be potentially developing malicious tools, exploits, and others that could be solved. So this is a technical person, a CTO or an R&D person. A third person will be the operational person that is taking the tool and, of course, the leads from the first one and conducting the attack. And there are others like the finance person that knows how to get the money from Bitcoins into something in a real bank account without being asked too many questions. So they, in order to be successful in those campaigns, they need to communicate, because not all threat actors have all ingredients inside. And this is done in different places. So you want a program that is able to conduct a continuous and effective collection of data from multiple sources. This includes darknet forums and different marketplaces of buy and sell. Of course, many of those threat actors, once they've identified the buyer or the seller, they move to a more intimate group or intimate channel like a Telegram channel, which is of course also anonymized. So this needs to be collected as well. Other social media and other instant messaging panels, code repositories where people can maliciously or not maliciously paste or put different codes that either an IP of the company or could include information that is risky, file repositories, Google Dorking, and many other techniques to collect. And of course, this collection needs to be all the time up to date and accurate, because the threat actors are changing where the discussion is actually taking place. So it's important to verify you receive up-to-date data and not some onion or a marketplace that is historical and is not really where the threat actors are buying and selling today. Okay, so once we have that, we have the data, we have the hacker perspective, we know what we want. At the end of the day, our goal, and this is the fourth step, we want to come to a position where we are able to reduce business risk. And I would say that a good program should actually cater for 6 types of business risks that are all critical to most organizations. The first one will be a digital footprint. How can we reduce the risk for digital footprint? Again, by identifying and by fixing issues before they actually occur. The next very critical to all organizations is data leakage and account takeover, which again is one of the most common ways of an attack being successful. So how do you know which accounts are being leaked, which passwords are out there, whether it's PII or documents that you own? And just a week ago, we found for a very sensitive financial documents of one of our customers that, of course, was shared unintentionally by one of their partners. And when you find it in time, you're able to reduce the potential damage caused from that. And then brand is your social media accounts, anyone trying to impersonate it, anyone trying to do illegal trading, fake job posting, and other types of activity that is at the end of the day jeopardizing the brand. And some, as we know, in some companies, the brand is the make decision factor for customers to buy. The fourth area is all around phishing. Phishing is, again, one of the most common techniques to get information that is used by threat actor to get in. So we want to identify phishing sites, and sometimes these are part of a phishing kit. We'll talk more about it in a minute. Lookalike domain understanding and other types of phishing detection capabilities we want to analyze. Fraud related to company who buy and sell, either banks or financials in general, e-commerce and others, either any fraudulent activity, someone is trying to buy something and not pay for it, for example, credit card fraud and others. This is all something that needs to be covered. And a techware. Techware is where someone is trying to develop a technology against your products. Let's say you have a website where you buy and sell something. So a way to bypass your security controls, or against products that you use. So if you use a specific VPN, if someone is trying to, or there's a vulnerability that is exploited against this VPN, you want to know about it. So these are the different business risks that need to be identified. And when I'm looking at this, I want to go to the final step here before I go to the examples, which is what do you do with the information? And the information needs to be in a way that is actionable and you can actually remediate. This is at least the majority of the a good program information will yield. And the remediation could be in 2 types. One could be remediation that is done internally by your teams. So for example, if a password was found leaked and you want to reset it, you need a quick remediation. And here what's very important is the ability to integrate with the existing technology stack of your organization, ticketing, SIEM, SOAR, and other types and elements. And the second part is being able to execute remediation outside the perimeter. For example, a phishing site that is being popped up, a fake social media account, code in GitHub that you don't want it to be there. So a good program should also cater for those type of remediation tasks and do them effectively and on time. So these are the 5 areas I wanted to share with you from what we see around the world. And as next step, I would like to go to some examples. And I prepared different examples that include the phishing, insider threat, shadow IT, fraud, data leakage. But before I go, so just to verify if there are any questions from anyone in the audience, I want to be able to answer that. Are there any questions? You can put them in the chat or in the Q&A panel. I'll be monitoring both of them. Okay, if there are no questions, let me go further to our to the next part, which are some examples. So phishing. Phishing, of course, we have many phishing sites. This is an example of Tommy Hilfiger. The threat actor did a really great job by putting an effective and very similar phishing site together. you can see that, of course, this is not the true domain of Tommy Hilfiger. Just a few days ago, we identified 2 phishing sites for Austrian banks. So here you can see 2 of them as example. Again, millions of people use those banks in day-to-day, and you can see there's ongoing campaigns against users of these banks. And here is another example that I'll go a little bit more deeper. In this case, you can see a list of URLs that are actually, all of them are phishing sites. And you can see something very interesting, that is, you see that the URL is actually with the same structure between the different phishing sites. All of them, of course, is related to Netbank. Netbank is a bank in South Africa. So we identified that this doesn't happen by mistake, and it is most probably a result of a phishing kit. A phishing kit is a tool that you can buy and create multiple phishing sites in more or less in a click of a button, making it a very cost-effective and easy to use from a threat actor perspective. When we went to one of those sites, we actually were able to extract the phishing kit itself, and here you can see the phishing kit. You can see the different files, the structure of how it is built. And if you look at the code, you can see different elements that are interesting to see. First of all, we can see this box weird name that we'll see in a second what it means. We can see that actually this is a phishing kit for sale. We can see that there are different ways to contact the author of the phishing kit and in a way verify if you have questions or support. So this is again what we would say a commercial phishing kit, and actually this is produced by this threat actor called Spox. So Spox is a kit name that offers excellent anti-bot protection, stolen data backups, and easy phishing management. You can see this is part of the features and functionalities. We see it costs about $200, and so quite affordable for most of the threat actors. Here you can see a list of organizations that the phishing kit is effective against. So you don't have to focus on Netbank. You can change, take your own target. And when we initiate a discussion with this threat actor, we can see this is our discussion with the threat actor. We can see how we can pay them, and also there, our questions and focus is what are the functionalities, and you can see some information that they are able to provide us as an example, and also giving us the knowledge that this is a true login phishing kit, meaning it has this functionality of true login. What is true login? True login is where the threat actor is not just suggesting a phishing site that is dumb, but in true login situations, the phishing site could be using a reverse proxy actually to transfer data from the phishing website to the bank login page, and vice versa. Thus, the victim in the phishing site does have the feeling that he or she are actually within the main bank site in this case, and are less suspicious, and more data could be extracted. So again, very effective technique. We went further after we analyzed that. We went further, and we can actually see the configuration of the different phishing options, or the different options within the phishing kit. And we can see this code as well, which we decoded from the original code of the phishing kit. And actually here, what we can see is data about how the phishing site actually works for the true login capabilities. And you can see there are actually some identifiers that are being connected once the website is up and running. And once we identified those, I would say IOCs, we could actually inform the organization about it. So the main or the regular banking website would verify and identify that there is no such connections. If there are, they can actually block it, and by that making the phishing kit not effective any longer. So here you can see a long example of a phishing kit analysis. As this is what's going on, there is of course more data about this phishing kit that could be used. But again, a good threat intelligence program will help to identify, analyze, and give also capabilities to make remediations around it. The next part will be data leakage. So I want to share with you several data leakage examples that we see every day. First of all, data leakage could be from insider, and of course there could be malicious insiders, but due to lack of time, I will only focus on others. So here you can see the insider threat, which is an accidental. So someone can disclose unknowingly, without intention, sensitive information, files, customer information, etc. Internal source code, we see that a lot. You can see again from other banks, different types of documents that are easily identified in different places. And of course, once you have this information, you can plan an attack against those customers, or knowing this information, you can create a reliable story for your attack. Here you can see source code that is widely available in GitHub and other source code repositories, again, with code that could be quite sensitive or contains secret information. And in this example over here, where we see a Trello board, the Trello is a task management system, SaaS product that is used by, in this case, probably a subcontractor or a project between people in the bank and outside. In this case, it's related to Capitec, again, another bank in South Africa. And you can see here all the different tasks that are planned and are ongoing, that is related to some kind of an application or something like that. And of course, by itself, this data could be very sensitive, and it is open for anyone to go in there. And on the other hand, it could also be used again to initiate a discussion with someone within the bank by having the right context. And you can then, of course, create very reliable type of discussion and and try to get in with this UMINT type of activity. But inside the threat is just one part where we see data leakage. Here I took Austria as an example, and we look for different dumps. So this is some screenshots from our system where you can actually go and buy in different marketplaces, different types of data. In this case, Austrian passports. It's not the only country, there are many others as well. This is just Austria here. Here we can see someone is selling from raid forums, very common and popular marketplaces for people to share. So 4.1 million combo German language internet domains, all of them includes email and passwords type of pairs that of course you could use for different campaigns, from phishing to actually make it, see if it's working. Here you can see someone that is selling crypto forex leads, people that actually have deposited the money. And you can see you can actually target this on specific countries and people that are in these countries. Another example would be someone selling LinkedIn profiles. Again, you can share exactly how many profiles they have and the different fields of data they have, again, from rate forms. Again, as I focused in Austria in this example, more than 1 million people within Austria that have LinkedIn account, and the threat actor possesses all the data. This could be used for, of course, different techniques or tech processes. And you can see also this is from Dread, another very malicious underground marketplace or discussion board. You can see someone is looking actually for an Austrian vendor, someone that can be used in some kind of scam that could be shipped information to his or her home, or other types of scams that they need the post box information. Another example will be from Rateform. Someone is actually selling VPN access to a university in Austria, a very important university, BOKU, and they actually shared they have this using Cisco access, and they found and they will sell it for someone in the highest price. More examples: people that can create 10,000 Telegram post views. So you can see people are really creative on how to make money. Access to different systems that are being used by Austria in Austria, and someone will buy Austria business emails with a format. They define what they want, and they're happy to pay with Bitcoins. And if you want, contact them on private messaging them in order to provide them. They also offer a mechanism of escort to get that between different people that are not trusting one another. So quite a lot of data that is able, one can identify if you know where to look for. I'll go then to another example of a very interesting part, which is the info stealers. Info stealers are a type of malwares as a service. There are different families. In this example, we see Raccoon. Raccoon stealer is a type of a malware that is sold as a service. You can buy access to that, and you can have the support and information about it. There is you get full management board, the statistics, and how much you are able to infect, and how much money you're able to collect. And you can see the current infected machines that you have, where they are, and what is their data. This is all very, so you don't need to develop a malware. You can just buy an existing, very effective, with many functionality malware, and you'll receive support as part of that. And there's affiliation programs and many other elements of that. And what does this malware is doing? In this malware is actually infecting a machine and grabbing from the machine file from the desktop, and all the username and password that are stored in the browser, credit card information and others. Here you can see example, Sparkasse is again as a bank, and you can see someone that is logging from his or her machine to the bank, and the username and password is fully available by because the malware is able to collect it. Now, of course, you need someone who knows how to get access to those details or these logs coming from the malware. Usually, of course, this is not as easy as you see over here. But once you see that, this is immediately meaning that the account is in potential fraud or potential risk. And what you can see here is not only that this is being collected, later on this is offered for sale. Hello. There's some background, Angela?
Hi there, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah, I can't hear you.
Yeah, I'll continue with the lecture then. If you can put yourself on mute, thanks. So here we can see an example of a Redline. Redline is again one of the malwares as well, and you can see that this information is offered for sale. Redline was infecting a machine in Upper Austria, and for $10 you can get access to all of those accounts. And you can read about Redline in our blog, so feel free to go there, as well as Raccoon. Again, Sparkasse, and you can get in $10 access. These are all, and there are hundreds of thousands of those examples we are collecting all the time. Maybe last point to say that there's also a lot of credit card. So you can see credit card that is being offered for sale with full data and partial data. So again, quite a lot. They also refer and tells you that this credit card is available and valid and was approved while trying to do a small transaction with it. So this is, for example, in Telegram channels that are being tracked. And at the end of the day, if you just look at the region over here, over a period of a few weeks, there are more than 7,000 credit cards that at least us were able to collect and identify. And of course, those are being used continuously for malicious activity. As we have just a few minutes left, what I want to cover is, who is Cyberint. I hope it was valuable, and those examples are just the tip of the iceberg. In Cyberint, what we're doing, if this is the organization that we want to protect, and those are the threat actors that are trying to use different techniques to go after the development environment, the customers, the payment platform, etc. What we are doing, we are located outside the network and outside the company at all, and we are doing two main things. One, from the outside, we will be looking at the company and will identify what is the attack surface, and then continuously scan for any, again, misconfiguration, shadow IT, etc. And secondly, as you saw so far, we are deeply rooted in the open, deep, and dark web, and we collect million pieces of data every day, and then we'll try to see if there's any mentions of the organization we would like to protect within this data and provide an early warning. We do this with our Argos technology, which has different modules from threat intelligence and dark web monitoring and attack surface and forensics and phishing and many other modules as well. And in addition to that, we also have our team of experts that can help in triaging of the data, engage with threat actors to engage with what we call virtual human operations, verify we have the full knowledge of the context of why they offer something for sale or how they obtained it. So this you need to do by talking to the threat actors as well as other types of report. So to summarize my lecture for today, you need to verify you have the right strategy and you know what you're looking for, that it is targeted, and you're looking for pinpointed intelligence, that you partner with an organization that actually has best-in-class and capabilities and is able to provide, has access to the data, that you augment, that the vendor can help and augment your ongoing cybersecurity operations in an effective way and actually be part of your role of protecting the company, and verify that you have all the winning ingredients there. So we have 2 minutes for questions. I'm happy to take any of those. And by the way, feel free to contact me at this address over here, yochai@cyber.com, or of course find me in LinkedIn.
Hello, Yochai. Thank you so much for your wonderful presentation, and we are delighted for your time and effort you took to prepare your presentation and to share with us. So I'll ask the audience that if they are having any question, they can ask you in the QA session or in the chat session. Okay. Can you hear me?
I can hear, of course.
Okay, okay. So thank you so much, Yochai. And now we will be having our next presentation. Okay. Okay, so our next presenter is Angela Johnson-Dewitt. She is a head of tech change risk from Lloyd Banking Group, and Angela is with us here. Hi, Angela, can you hear me?
I can.
Yeah, that's great. Okay, so how are you?
Very well. How are you?
I'm good. Thank you for asking. So Angela, so ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome Angela. Angela is responsible for compliance and governance for Lloyd Banking Group's cloud-enabled business transformation program. Angela worked as a senior manager at EY across Asia, Pacific, and EMEA within the financial service organization, focusing on corporate banking. So Angela, you can start your presentation now by sharing your screen.
Perfect. So I don't have a presentation to share, but I do have my notes here with me, which I can go through. So thank you very much for the kind introduction. So the topic today is high performance culture. How can we create and maintain a high performance culture? I'm going to be going through 3 main points with respect to the high performance culture. Before I start, just to reiterate who I am, my name is Ange Johnson-Dewitt, and I work at Lloyd's Banking Group on their cloud-enabled business transformation. I can't talk specifically about Lloyd's, but I can talk more generally about the industry and about leading practice. So the 3 points I'm going to go through with respect to a high-performance culture are, firstly, why? Why would we bother having a high-performance culture? The second one is what? So what does a high-performance culture look like? And the third one is, how do we create and maintain a high-performance culture? So we'll kick off with why. So hopefully everyone's heard the expression before, which is called culture eats strategy for breakfast, which just underlines the importance of culture and how it doesn't matter how good your strategy is. You need to have a good culture for first. And once you've got a good culture, then your strategy will be able to work. But strategy won't work unless you've got the right culture. So why would we strive to have a high performance culture? And in my mind, there's 5 reasons why we would strive to have a high performance culture. The first one is employees will be happier with a high performance culture. And happy employees means that employees live longer, they have better marriages, they are happier in their jobs, they are more successful in their careers, and they are better able to contribute to your team. If colleagues are unhappy, are struggling with their marriages, are unhappy with their jobs and unhappy with their careers, there's a significant amount of mental energy that is spent on fixing the negative issues that are going on around that colleague's life. If all of those things are going well because the colleague is happy, then you have a very productive and happy colleague. So that's the first reason, happy colleagues. The second is high performance cultures are more profitable. So what often happens with respect to work is that if you delegate work down, you want the work to be done at the level that it is delegated to. When you've got a high performance culture, that's exactly what happens. So when you delegate the work down to middle management or junior management or even the lowest level of the organisation, the work should be done at that level. But when that employee is not empowered, when that employee is not able to get their work done because of poor culture, the work floats back up to a senior level, which means that a more senior person who is more expensive is then tasked with completing the job that should have been done at a lower level. So high performance cultures are more profitable. The third reason is that employees are motivated, productive and engaged, don't have a fear of failure, and they create better ideas. So if you've got a high performance culture, you'll have a team of people who are all enthusiastic and keen to submit their ideas and do not have a fear of their ideas being looked down upon by anyone else. Their ideas are just as valid as everybody else. So everybody's ideas are a good idea. And that's really important in brainstorming, and it's really important in work that people's ideas can be freely expressed and contribute, and everyone is able to contribute at the same amount and at the same time. So I think that's the third reason. The fourth one is you've got less employee turnover. With a high performance culture, people want to come to work. They want to be a part of the team and they want to contribute. With the converse, a poor performance culture, employees don't want to be there and you'll have higher turnover. And the last and fifth reason is high-performing teams are diverse and are brought together by values and goals. So a high-performance culture will have a high-performing team, which is a diverse set of people who have diverse mindsets, diverse ways of working, diverse backgrounds, and are able to really contribute diversely to the ideas that are being put into the team. So there are 5 reasons why you should strive to have a high-performance culture. So what does a high performance culture look like? So covered why, now we're going to cover what, and then the last one is how. So what does a high performance culture look like? So I think to start with, you need to set a target with respect to your high performance culture. So that's a vision, strategy, goals, and a target set of cultural values, beliefs, and behaviours. Some suggested values and behaviours that you might want to adopt can be broken down into 4 categories. The first one is values and behaviours and beliefs for the colleagues, values and behaviours for the team, values and behaviours for the workplace, and values and behaviours for the leaders. So the first one is for colleagues. So you want your colleagues to be empowered and you want them to have psychological safety. The second one is you want your colleagues to be able to be depended upon. You want them to be responsible and you want them to get the job done as they should be getting it done, with smart objectives that are delivered on time. You want the colleagues to be stretched. Colleagues want to be stretched. They want to be able to have goals that they can achieve, and they want to have some stretch goals that are more difficult to achieve. You want the colleagues to know what they are responsible for. So they should have clear roles and responsibilities, and they should understand where their role starts and ends and where the other colleagues' roles start and end, so that they can all understand what their own role is and they can understand how to contribute to others' roles. They need to be doing work that's meaningful and it matters to them. So the colleagues need to feel like the work that they are doing is contributing to a bigger cause towards which they really can contribute and they really do believe in. You want your colleagues to be supported, coached and sponsored. So colleagues need to feel like they're supported in their jobs. If they're unable to do something, they can get the help that they need. They need to be coached to grow so that they can improve the way that they are, and they need to be sponsored so that they be given opportunities in the organisation that are in line with their career ambitions. They need to be cared for and they need to care for each other. So colleagues need to be looked after, but they also need to be looking after each other. A good principle might be to never knowingly let a colleague fail. And as a principle, that might be a principle you want to adopt within your culture. So those are the things you would want from a colleague point of view. Next, you have the things that you would want from a team point of view. So what are the culture that you want within your team? So the team should be results oriented. Teams that have got clear objectives and they're tracking towards those objectives are happy teams. You want the team to listen to each other and share knowledge and collaborate well. So a high performance team and a high performance culture needs to have high performance communication that goes both ways. So everybody's able to communicate out and everybody's able to absorb and adopt whatever is necessary. The team needs to pride itself on its creativity and innovation. Creativity and innovation is really important. It comes back to the being able to contribute ideas that I mentioned earlier on. It's really important that the team not only knows that they're good at creativity and innovation, but is proud of their ability to be able to be creative and innovative. The team needs to be agile and needs to be able to respond to different changes of environment. So that could be changes to customer expectation, it could be changes to the competitive landscape, it could be changes to the marketplace or the industry, it could be changes of objective. But whatever the changes are, the team needs to be able to see those changes as an opportunity and to grab hold of them with both hands and really deliver them through. What you don't want is the team to be afraid of change. So the team really needs to love change. You need the team to pride itself on its network and its ability to be able to get the organisation to work. In most big organisations, any colleague is as strong and as able as their network is that surrounds them. So really important that the colleagues have got strong networks and they can use those networks to get done the work done that they need to get done. The team needs to have a learning environment. So the team needs to be continually thinking about how they are learning. They need to have independent learning so that an individual colleague who thinks that a certain particular concept that's going to be important in the future is fully empowered to go and learn about that particular concept. The team needs to have retros and continuous improvement. So the team needs to be continuously thinking about how they can improve. The team needs guiding principles. The guiding principles are there so that you've got the processes, obviously, that dictate how the team operates, but you've got guiding principles which generally guide the team so that they know how to make decisions in alignment with those principles. And if the processes aren't sufficient and don't cover all of the scenarios, the principles are there to guide them so that they know how to make the best decisions. And then finally, the team needs to celebrate success. Celebrating success is really important. Even better if the team can celebrate their success against other teams external to their own. And that builds a further sense of pride and further supports the high performance culture. So we've covered colleague view and the team view. It's just a single point on workplace. So the workplace needs to be considered and needs to be conducive to success. And in modern times, the workplace that's conducive to success involves both the office and it involves the home environment. And the ways of working of everyone at home, everyone at the office, and people split across the office and at home needs to be conducive to a high performance team. Finally, we'll come to the leaders. So I think if the leaders can create all of those situations for the colleagues and the team, they're doing a splendid job. Over and above that, the leader needs to make sure they have a vision, strategy, goals, and plans. They need to be servant leaders, which means that they are serving the team and serving the colleagues, and they see themselves as servants more than as leaders. And then finally, they need to decentralize management into an ecosystem and not a hierarchy. So if the leader can break down the hierarchy and have an ecosystem of discussion so that everybody can contribute equally, that flatter structure seems to work better in a high performance culture. Okay, so we've covered why we should bother with a high performance culture. We've also talked about what a high performance culture looks like. And within what a high performance culture looks like, we've talked about what it looks like from a colleague point of view, a team point of view, a workplace point of view, and a leader point of view. The final point we're going to talk about is how to create and maintain a high performance culture. So these are the steps, and I've got 6 steps, which I think we need to go through to develop and maintain a high performance culture. So the first step is involve the team. Stephen Covey's 7 Habits of Highly Effective People talks about how important it is for the entire organisation or the entire team to be involved in coming up with the high performance culture or the vision and mission and specific certain important documents that are important to the whole organisation. It's really important that the whole organisation is involved in building these artefacts because they are there for the whole organisation. So high performance culture is no different, and you need to involve the whole team when you're defining it and working out how you're going to implement it. The next step is to define the behaviours, feelings and values that you want to embody in your target culture. So that could be the points that we mentioned earlier. That could be what you want to bring into your target culture. I mentioned a lot of things there. I think I had close to 20 odd points. So you may want to summarise it down to sort of a 5 or a 7 numbers of things that really encapsulate what it is that is going to make your high performance culture work. You do need to uncover root cause mindsets. You need to be mindful that the folks coming into your team come in with a whole series of experiences themselves, and those experiences may dictate the way in which they operate in your particular team, and they may impact the way in which the culture exists in that particular team. So you need to address those root cause mindsets and really uncover what it is that could be stopping them from adopting this high performance culture. And then you need to tackle each of those issues and really break down why it exists and rebuild in its place the culture that you want. So for example, if you've got a culture coming into your team of somebody who has a view that knowledge is power, you need to really find out why does that person think that knowledge is power. And if they feel that, you know, in the past, their worth has been based upon their own knowledge, and that's what's created this knowledge is power viewpoint. You need to be able to break that down and say, look, in our team, knowledge is shared, and in our team, it's powerful to share your knowledge, not powerful to hold your knowledge, and try and encourage that particular colleague to stop having the viewpoint of knowledge is power and start having the viewpoint of knowledge needs to be shared. And while operating towards a growth mindset. So those are the first three. So involve your team, define the behaviours that you want, and uncover any root cause mindsets. The fourth one is to recognise. So recognise values and behaviours which are positive. So as a leader or even as a team member, very important that if you see the right behaviours in your culture that are in alignment with your culture, you underline them, you call them out, and you give that person positive feedback, you know, publicly or privately. So recognising good behaviour that is in alignment with your culture is really important. And that's the fourth point. The fifth point is having a coherent employee experience. So this means that you need to have a compelling change story. You need to have leadership and role modelling, skill building, and formal changes to processes, systems, and incentives. So ultimately, the processes that surround your team need to be updated so that they align to your high performance culture. And then the sixth point is let the employees lead the cultural change. So I've topped it and tailed it with involve your whole team. So at the top, involve your whole team when you're coming up with what does a high performance culture look like and how we're going to deliver it. And at the bottom, I've topped it again saying, you know, really need to use your team members to help deliver this high performance culture. So that's pretty much it. So just summarize where we got to. So we talked about why you should have a high performance culture. We talked about how employees are happier and more productive. We've talked about how they're more motivated, there's less turnover, and high performance culture teams are more profitable. We then talked about what does a high performance culture look like? And we talked about it from the point of view of a colleague, the team, the workplace, and the leader. And then finally, we talked about the steps to create and embed and maintain your high performance culture, which starts and ends with involving the entire team and involves documenting what it is that you want and embedding it through your processes, guiding principles, etc. So I think that brings my time here to a close. If anybody's got any questions, I'd be very keen to hear from them. You can either just put them in the chat or you can, I'm not sure if the guys can jump online, but I'm very happy to hear about anyone's thoughts on high performance culture. No questions?
Hi, Angela. Thank you so much for your wonderful session. And I'll ask the audience that if they have any question, they can ask you in the chat or in the QA session.
That's right. And if you don't want to ask the question here, you can catch me on LinkedIn. I think I'm the only Ange Johnson-Devet on LinkedIn.
Okay, sure. That would be good. Okay, so Angela, thank you so much for being here and for your wonderful session. It was really very informative. And thank you for adding value in our event. And we are looking forward to work again with you in our next conference.
Sounds great. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Have a great
Cheers.
day.
Okay. Bye.
Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, our next presenter is Deepak Talwar. He will be with us in a moment. Stay connected. Thank you. Is a National Security Officer from Microsoft India. He works closely with CXOs, as a thought leader to help them utilize technologies like cloud computing, IoT, AI. So Deepak, we are honored to have you at our conference, and we are looking forward to have a great session. So you can start your presentation by sharing your screen.
Yeah, this will be a talk, then a presentation, but thank you for the opportunity, Sarina, and thank you everyone on the call. I hope everyone is doing well while we are seeing the next phase of pandemic to be over. People are coming back to the offices, and as we say, we are more talking about the hybrid workplace, the new way of working. Some of us in the offices back, some of us are maybe still working remote, and everything, as long as it's working for the organization, seems good, right? With this opportunity, it's a great session to talk about today how we are seeing the entire aspect of the the cybersecurity in terms of managing the risk and mitigations, as well as also talking about there are a lot of times when we talk about what is valuable to you, what is your critical assets, how do you look into maintaining those assets well, are also very pertinent. So in the last 12 to 18 months, I'm sure the world has changed for all of us, even the organization like us, and there is a word which has evolved a lot, which is called digital trust, right? Let me start my talk with the word called digital trust, that when we started communicating, not by physically meeting people, but starting talking to them on a virtual platforms, collaborative platforms, maybe I'm sure we all of us have met many of new individuals whom you might not have seen in past ever, and you connected virtually. And even on the call, I'm not known to all of you compared to when I'm connecting virtually. Now, one good news is this is great, that when we are remote on the internet and connected to the collaborative platforms, thanks to all the platforms, that you are able to talk, communicate, feel secure, be at home, be at remote offices, but your station is still able to leverage the talent and skill and technology across the globe, other than the time zone. But you definitely have the opportunity compared to be there physically. Though I never want to volunteer to say that physical presence is lesser than what we are doing virtually. The essence of physical presence is very, very important. The second part of so the trust part is that even in the virtual environment, to build the trust in technology which you adopt, to build the trust on the people, to build the trust on processes where we meet limited was very limited. And and as we say that customers, when I talk, or the organization, entities, startups, government of any community, any country, is going to trust it, it is going to adopt the technology which they trust. If you do not have that comfort or the trust on that technology, you will not be able to adopt. So it all happened because of the organization, and then also about digitally enabling it. And the most important part is the trusted environment, right? Now, the second part, which is important before I get to the context, is failures and resilient mindset. That's what the topic was, that how do you make yourself more cyber resilient? How do you make sure that your critical infrastructure or valuable assets or the data is secure, not at risk, and you are able to mitigate the risk? That's some part I'm going to talk about for 20 minutes. I'm not presenting so that we have a lot of takeaways on call compared to a few of the slides which can be shared later on. But this is more a talk where we stand together in tough times with our customers, all of us. Just like avoiding change is impossible in the era of cloud, avoiding failure is not a reasonable goal. That means there is a possibility of this session to share that there are likelihood of being attacked. There are likelihood of you may have got into a breach, or there are likelihood of you may get into handling a tough situation of cyber incident, or maybe a nation state attacks, which we have seen in past, like at the US level of colonial pipeline, or for that matter, hafnium attacks, or any of the state-centric attack, power grid attacks. There are specific target attacks on the country, on the community, on individuals, which can temper the security posture of an organization or a group, or even to a country level. And it is not just tampering or impacting the security, it also impacts the brand. It also impacts the individual privacy, the loss of trust, the loss of data, and most importantly, you lose the critical assets, which you don't want to. So this is the time to think about, while you are into this situation, which in the technical terms, we say that what is the answer of solving these problems. When you said trust, technically the term which is evolving with time to be learned by everyone is zero trust, right? Zero trust is never trust, always verify. Assume you are already breached. You are in a situation where you are breached. And the third important is give the access to the information as much as necessary, not more than that, right? Controlling the privileges and access. And by doing that, you may be saying that if it is my critical infrastructure, if it is my high priority data, sensitive data, critical assets, I should have a different approach, mindset, security strategy to make sure that those are not directly impacted by the nation state threat or cybersecurity criminals or any of the malware or ransomware or other activities which are pertinent in the industry or on a very high scale as of now. So the first fundamental outcome for this talk is the resilient foundation. The resilient foundation is effectively considerable investment in the platform. That means you cannot think invest without investments or setting up your technology or platforms to be secure. You need to have a process in place, and as I said, you need to have, if you're part of the data centers or you're talking about software or maintenance deployment, and at the same time any of those aspects which makes your organization to be robust, you need to have a resilient foundation, a resilient mindset. That means if you need to adopt a new technology like a cloud technology or anybody who's utilizing artificial intelligence on cybersecurity so that it can minimize the threat noise, utilizing, you should not be the last one. As an organization, as a startup entity, mid-segment enterprises, small or big government enterprises, you need to embrace the journey of new technologies and to build upon zero trust approach. When I said zero trust in three parts, explicitly, you need to authenticate, verify, assume breach. There is also one aspect to be covered is when we are talking about zero trust model, where should I start? Is it a software? Is it a technology? Is it a platform? Zero trust is an ongoing journey. It's a strategy. And that strategy has to be end-to-end in security. What is end-to-end security is endpoint, devices, applications, infrastructure, perimeter, right? This whole gamut has to be looked into together. And obviously, one small example is if I go and log into my, banking activities, am I enabling my two-factor authentication? Am I utilizing biometrics? Am I utilizing multi-factor authentication? Am I checking my payment gateway processes and settings? And this whole thing is related to my digital identity. So in a zero trust journey, if somebody asks where to start in digital world, in digitization, I would say start with identity management. The identity related to not just digital identity of individual as a corporate, the identity which you access, through which you connect to the systems, through servers, through cloud access security brokers, through perimeter, through network, right? How do you connect and make sure this is taken care of, right? That is one part. The second is also to understand that what are we solving for? What are we trying to secure? What we are trying to secure is important, but before that, taking a step back and understanding that where are we in this security journey? Today, security is at an incredible inflection point. As you all know, the second wave in many places on the, not the third wave, but the recurrence of the COVID cases or platform being utilized, the digital transformation acceleration, including work from home adoption, has seen a rapid adoption, including hybrid workplace. Somewhere it can be permanent, at some organization it can be temporary, but all said and done, the mode, the process, the way we work will permanently change, because now we have adopted many new things, right? And the shift of capability has also given an opportunity to adopt many technologies in rush, in hurry. And while doing it, we may have forgotten or not got chance, not forgotten, but may not have got that much of leeway or opportunity to review, to assess. So the second statement I would like to highlight is, while we have improved in adopting new technology, which is great news, we have also got adopted to working from home, or rather working from remote location, not just home. In that situation, how you're connecting your devices, how you're connecting your phone, how you're connecting yourself to the internet or to the corporate becomes very critical. Because end of the day, when you're connecting, and right now I'm connecting to you, I don't know who all are listening, how you're accessing, what you can access, what is my security parameter is very much dependent upon the endpoint, my devices, the access to my collaborative platform, the information which can be shared or can be taken out, right? Exfiltration can happen, so on and so forth. And that is where the basic security guideline, the third point I would like to highlight, is important, right? So when you have to build the cyber resilient, as I said, mindset, then I said zero trust, then we are talking right now about how do you see the impact of the cyber security criminals which are impacting ICT, information communication technology, and where is our area to play to make sure it works well. For the third point, the first important background to understand is the traditional perimeter based. You are on the corporate network or at home, and then you have a VPN and you connect to your perimeter network. Currently, that's not the situation. So traditionally, the perimeter network, which is going through router, firewalls, and you go out to the network, is changing. It is not the same. It will not work in current security posture. Because of the complexity of hybrid work, endpoint have got proliferated, modernization of environment has happened, you have adopted multiple technologies, cloud, and today's organization need a new security model that more effectively adapt to the complexity of modern environment. It cannot be on legacy, right? And you may ask where it is applied to. As I said, the starting point for zero trust is identity. It actually applies to protect what? People, to protect devices, to protect applications, and all said and done, this whole thing to protect is your data. Data, which is the new currency, the data is the future of digitalization, data, the new, new oil, whatever we call it as, or a critical asset. This whole thing should not be given or taken for granted by hackers, activists, nation state threat actors, cyber criminals, so on and so forth, right? So in such conditions, how do you differentiate? What is it you bring to the company as a strength to be more cyber resilient? How do I make sure my assets are secure? Because now we know what is to be secure, data, and what are the mediums or through which the access happens through applications, devices, infra, so on and so forth. Now to understand that, the one more important aspect is, if any of you today or in future going to see this recording as an enterprise, any large enterprises, you may end up understanding that whether it is the current situation or earlier years, though you have adopted new technologies, in any case, you are using more than 40 to 70 security technologies, products to work together to secure your environment. A large enterprises, right? A network or a gateway or endpoint security, XDR, security operations center setup, SIM tools, right? And then you have your endpoint discovery and responses have come up, advanced persistent threat or advanced threat protection, ATP, APTs, and then you might have cloud access security broker to secure your cloud, so on and so forth. Nothing wrong about it. But the complexity to manage 40 to 70 products a large enterprises utilizes which do not talk to each other has changed in the last 18 months. And that's the fourth important point of view I would like to share, that attackers take advantage of the gaps, because some product do not do security, some product may be only for compliance. I forgot to mention about data leak prevention or data classification and network part and distributed denial of services, so on goes many more product, right? And then you might have some advanced thing to test on the same product built in with AI, or maybe add on AI and automation to improve security. But all said and done, until and unless the fourth key statement, we start strengthening the entire segment together with the minimum product, but more importantly, to think about what is security end-to-end posture for me. Let me define the end-to-end security posture is security, identity, compliance. And how are you managing this as a whole to make it best of the breed and best of the suite altogether? It is this for endpoint, for cloud security, for network, for distributed denial of services, to secure your infrastructure, maybe to secure your legacy on-premises, so on and so forth. You need to minimize those product and technology by the organizations. Microsoft is one of them, looking into identifying and integrating the approach to call as security, compliance, identity, so that your identity and security, when working, compliance should be able to understand that. Compliance should be, you are able to get the reports of compliance through that interface or a so-called common canvas or common window, and you are able to easily manage it. This will help you also during the impact of incident response, data breach management. You are not in a hush-push of engaging hundreds of systems. Many people ask me, in earlier years, you are the experts who used to say multi-layered approach, multi-products, don't keep all the eggs in one basket, all that story, which is true. But on that time, you were there with few products, few platforms, living in the on-premises in your arena, moving to the offices. Now you are connecting through mobile. Now the world is changing. You have an application which does a lot of work. Now you don't even intervene through human intervention. There are a lot of activities happen through automation. Your tickets are generated through the ticketing center, automated centers. Your logs are managed through advanced security and orchestration layers. So you have to understand those situations have changed. Compliance used to just do tick mark of 3 of them. Now there are a huge complexity of compliance. How many product and technology you are going to look into to make things compliant for a company, right? So what is that resilient posture which you're going to build is security, compliance, identity based on the management. Second part, whether one or two or many organizations, every organization need to be on the path of cloud journey, right? And it is like cloud first approach. If you're not into that, or the organizations who were not in the cloud journey during COVID have seen the impact of not able to scale, missing their deadlines, or may have to suffer larger losses of not able to manage their businesses, including financial losses, because you cannot work physically or manage end-to-end unless you understand the power of internet or cloud on that time. And then that's why it becomes more important to understand it is not cloud journey. Cloud is still old. I would say multi-cloud journey, multi-platform. You might be utilizing Microsoft, Amazon, Google, third parties, any platform. Is there anyone who is going to secure all those multi-cloud platforms, right? That multi-cloud platform strategy, which should be inbuilt into technology. It is not that I am a cloud provider. Now I've added best of the breed technology from industry, which every enterprise was already using 40 to 70, rather than they are using it. We have outsourced it. And now a cloud provider is adding those security, saying I am the owner of it, and he provides it. End of the day, it is a product from another company. So there will be delays, there will be pattern issues, there will be dependencies. An organization who is creating technologies, privacy by design, trust by design, building the technologies where zero trust models are part of it. And I'm not saying as an organization as Microsoft, but definitely we are far, far ahead getting into safeguarding iOS, Android, endpoint, Macs, whatnot. And most importantly, multi-cloud. Any cloud, the organizations or customers who are with us, believers, or even in progress to understand us more, are trying to consolidate their technology. They are trying to manage their risk better, and most importantly, to save cost. And that's where we become the trusted advisor for those customers, even if it is a 10 user organization or a 1 million user organization, right? And that's where zero trust and modernizing their strategy becomes very, very important, right? Coming to some of the last areas to touch upon, the critical assets. I spoke about what were the issues, what type of threats you are seeing, where you are seeing those threats on device, applications, infra, cloud, on-premises, legacy system. By the way, non-updated, non-patch system, operating system, you might have best of the Mac and devices and Windows, but your operating systems are old legacy, and then you are or maybe you're using legacy applications without having any fix or patches to take care of the latest things. And then you are opening those networks and systems to the internet and thinking that it will be secure. Is a myth or a misconception. It is not correct, right? It's nothing to do with security. It is bound to be attacked, right? So, it's like the cyber crime is a 6 trillion annual economy, and there is an increase in digital attack surface, which is coupled with sophistication of attacks, right? As I said, breaches are inevitable, and zero trust framework is very important for all the people who are listening to learn more about it. The third part is about customers need simplicity. You all, from the partner community, customer community, all, we do not need complexity of 1 or 2 technologies, 70 odd technologies, and work on AI and automation. We want outcome of securing our assets, understanding a simplicity, be compliant, safeguard our identity. And that is why simplicity will come when you give that or offload to the subject matter expert rather than utilizing it yourself. And most importantly, it has to be ROI driven. You cannot keep investing without ROI driven, right? Now, these are some of the aspects, but one of the important part is that in one of the digital defense report of Microsoft released in October 2021, over the past year, the world has borne witness a burgeoning cybercrime economy, which you have seen. So in these reports, which we talk that, the overall 24 trillion daily security signals, which we see as an organization, and by the way, this is powered predictions based on AI. 9 billion endpoint threats were blocked, 31 billion identity threats were blocked, 32 billion email threats were blocked. Close to 8,000 to 9,000 experts are working on it. In such scenario, we can at least say that the outcomes, what we are going to talk through those defense reports, will be very, very comprehensive and concrete. Example: supply chain, Internet of Things, OT. The highly publicized event of the last year have made clear that securing and managing risk associated with the supplier ecosystem is critically important. That's the last part of my talk, that you need to have a supplier ecosystem where we have seen the supply chain management attack, one of the historical largest attacks, which has caused inconvenience, where the product development or supply chain management, through that we implant a malware or a ransomware, and it hits while some product is in build stage, and then that build stage is thinking that I have to update that, another system accepts it, and that way it is not like a standard chain of malware or software which can be stopped. It becomes part of like your ecosystem, and then it is like a software which you are updating or upgrading or a build, and it creates a lot of havoc, whether it is IT, OT, so on and so forth, right? Actionable insights. When open, we have seen the evolution of work around the inclusivity of people and data. That's also very important. How do you emphasize the people and how they relate to data? Are they understanding, right? For example, on the cybercrime side, it's not that every attack which is being done is workable. Not all attacks work. It's critical we keep improving our defense strategy. That is the last 2 or 3 takeaways I would like to give you, is like managing your passwords better, identity better, having a distributed denial of services attack, which are pretty cheap, or like anybody can do a ransomware activation by just paying $66 upfront or a 30% profit margin. There is a huge underground economy of ransomware and extortion. People write malware, they submit it. How do they launch? How many people they can impact? Based on that business case, somebody may buy that ransomware. Is a type of threat environment we are living into, right? So multiple threat actors in an ecosystem, and then creating a malware, and then a ransomware numbers, ransomware 1, 2, 3, 4, how to deploy. This is a whole relationship of ransomware ecosystem and a chain, right? If it is not broken and somebody pays for it, right, you definitely can launch an attack, and then the other side who has to pay, who has got attacked, can be millions of dollars of impact, right? So in nutshell, it was important to understand the critical assets, how the ransomware malwares are playing their role, why it is important to understand the collection of data to also to be secured, not just storing it well, encrypting it well, but while you are at remote location, are you giving opportunity because of your weak identity management, which is part of your zero trust journey, and you have not thought about how do I secure my digital identity, what I'm accessing, do I have more privilege than what I should not be having, am I storing more data what I not intend to do, am I accessing emails or links which should not have been clicked by me, and even if it is you are doing it by mistake, is the organization aware enough, or they are capable enough, or having that capabilities by artificial intelligence, by advanced tool, by persistent threat, or maybe from a cloud native threat intelligence, so that somebody is able to monitor that, hey, you know what, you are being detected with a threat, and I think some action needs to be taken, because some application you're using in cloud, some application you're using on premises, right? So operating models to be reliable, accurate, and available, security to secure vulnerability assessment, detection, and response. And on artificial intelligence, you need to utilize AI. In our terms, we say to be responsible AI. That means it should be fair for everyone. You should be ethical in utilizing, because AI can be misutilized. The way we utilize it can be misutilized. And whatever cases we are creating, like facial recognition, how AI used to be in agriculture, IoT, device management, intelligence AI, there you need to be transparent at how is system going to work end to end. And at the national level, it is important that you safeguard your critical assets by creating a different strategy, creating at all level device, legacy, product, technologies to create an approach, minimize the sensitive data to be controlled in a different way, create a disaster recovery plan, backup plan, that even if there is a ransomware attack, you have the copies which are segregated separately, not connected to the primary site, like general, primary, secondary, and there is a different level of assessment, and 100% real-time reviews keep happening. Sincerely thankful to all of you who are listening to me today, and even in the recording to see in future. I hope this was fruitful to understand and build a resilient mindset, be more having an open mind share to adopt the new technologies, not just to live in the silos of technologies, look into integrated approach, as well as understanding that security is not the end until you look into compliance and identity and managing it as a whole in the best of the suite and best of the systems and an ecosystem to be looked into. Thank you everyone for listening to me. Sarina, over to you.
presentation. It was really very informative. I really enjoyed it. And we are honored to have you. And thank you for being here as a keynote speaker and adding value in our conference. And we are looking forward to work again with you in our future conferences. And I'll ask the audience that if they have any question, they can ask you in the QA or in the chat session.
Sure. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Wish you all the best. Have
Thank
a good
you.
evening. Good day. Bye.
Thank you, you too. Thank you so much. Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, our next presenter is Camilo Emersi from Absa Bank.
Having me here on this amazing conference. My name is Camilo, and I'm here to answer some cool questions for you. So my topic will be related with how does data will grab a chair in a room. So putting all that in an ecosystem perspective. Let's start first presenting who am I, why I'm here. I'm from Mozambique. Somehow in the past I did electronic engineer and not sure what happened to my head and I moved from the telco sector to the financial sector. I'm a, let's say, proud father, trying to be a good husband, trying also to be a good son. Cooker, dishwasher, you never know, but for sure I'm the captain of my ship and I also deal with data. This is pretty much who I am on my home office space, which I am working for the last almost 2 years, and seems to be the way forward for the next couple of years. We never know how much COVID can take to be sorted. So let's start with a disclaimer saying that the presentation that I'll be making is my personal view. It's not really what we are doing inside the company, but you can just take any assumption from my experience. Yes, let's start. Let's stop the story and initiate this thing going to the beginning. So the best way to talk about beginnings is to go to my past and somewhere in the past I was just looking for this article from HBR in 2012 where it says that data science is the sexiest job of the 21st century. I was so amazed with that, and during that week I was just thinking how to be sexy in the 21st century. I was talking with my parents, my wife, and so on. So even when I was just on my working space, I was probably a guy like this in this working environment. I was thinking about I just need to be sexy. So what I did, I left my past. And I joined this financial sector with a proposal that came somehow from the gods. And on this moment, I started a new journey on the financial sector, which I didn't know pretty much the things that will come to my future, but I was feeling somehow prepared for what was about to come. First thing on the first week was you know this user expectation, a lot of things that my internal customers want to have, like more data, more graphs, more visualizations, anything that you can see on Netflix, movies, or whatever source that is not a really realistic source. But there was this big gap between the data and the people. So I had to start some to fight some unexpected fights to clear the fire that was already in place, just to manage expectations and see how things could happen. So on that point, I just realized that this thing of managing data was not so sexy after all. So that the article from HBR wasn't so truly directly to the point. So someone very wise man just told me that these things of being sexy is a state of mind. So you just need to go to some kind of conference to expose your mind. And I did went to some couple of conference. The first conference, the concept was just to understand that data is the new gold. So I really enjoyed the concept. Gold, data, you never know. So I went to another conference after this, and data just became the new oil. How come? And things were changing quite fast during that time, from gold to oil, oil to water, and somehow in a conference, I guess 2017 or maybe 18, data just became the new oxygen. So watching this, I was so amazed, and at the same point with a lot of question marks on my head, asking why those guys are talking about this nonsense of data being gold, oil, or even oxygen. But in real life, I was only seeing log files, emails from customers, customer information, raw data, within this dark space of data. But there are some common points between all these four ecosystems, which I was about to find the connections. But I wasn't able to see. I wasn't able to see at all, but probably I was seeing in a wrong angle. I just realized that I should change my angle, and that was the moment when the light came to me, and I was exposed to the reality that HBR didn't tell me. So all these ecosystems, they have systems, people, processes, procedures, and somehow they create value to the world that they are presenting let's say their value. They also have CEOs, CFOs, marketing officers, commercial officers, and some of them even have customer experience officers. If you go even deeper, you will find lawyers, psychologists, engineers, marketeers, sociologists, economists, and so on. Probably you are getting the point where I'm going. But there is a reality. My reality was totally different from finding the common point between gold and oil. My reality was to find a solution where my customers will receive a message that triggers from data saying that the wife of one of the customer will have her birthday on the following day. And somehow I just realized that I need to understand how to deliver results through data. Well, probably the solution is just to understand the customer. And one of the points to understand the customer is by going to the best gurus in the market, which is Google. In Google, you can find the answer pretty much for every question in the world. I guess they even can predict well, pretty much everything that you can imagine. But you'll find some cool questions and some weird answers, like how to transform your business without losing your job. You don't even know what they mean for that. But on top of that, after searching some links, I just found a solution saying that we just need to find this to create this customer profile, and by creating the customer profile, there are different ways to create the profile. First of the points is to focus on the problem of your business. What the business is trying to solve is a new problem to be in the game, or is a problem based on a legacy story that you don't know nothing about. Try to find the difference between these two perspectives. Second way is review your customer journey. Try to understand what was the past of the customer, and what is the behavior in terms of the choices that he's doing based on the searches and reviews that he's doing within the journey to reach his destination. Can be internal or external customer. It's also valid. Split in a demographic way, because if you put all the samples in one unique basket, you'll not find a solution for nothing. First of all, because within a sample you can find customers with different ages, different culture, different behaviors. Try to split within demographics, can be within locations, ages, whatever. You'll find a way for that. You also can collect some feedbacks with solutions such as NPSs, or even just call the customer asking for some feedbacks. That also works a lot. Examine the contextual data. Sometimes the way that you can find this kind of profiling, you just need to understand the culture, the environment, if it's for telcos or within the financial sector. All that will deliver the technology that you might be willing to choose for this, or even the social ways to interact with this kind of customer. Point number 6, creating the personas. The persona is, let's say, one of the most critical way to identify and creating solutions for your customers. The persona can be based on this point that I just wrote in here, but depending on the sources that you have, you can create different perspectives of a persona. And 7, just having this mentality of analyzing and interact between your customer personas, from the idea to the improvement method of tweaking, and keep asking new questions within exploration and measuring the process. So I had to change my perspective with that. And by changing the perspective, the main way is to keep asking Google, what would Google do? And I don't want to replicate what Google is doing at the moment, otherwise I'll be a billionaire. But between inside the book, what Google will do, you will find these 9 points, where if you could just take 3 or 4, that would be more than enough to find a solution for your problem. So if you take one of these, you'll just realize that people are somehow predictable. You just need to keep observing what they are doing, and somehow you will be able to create mental models. You'll analyze emotions, cultural context, and in the end, you'll create stories. That's for sure. So Google has this model, they call it the Z-model, which is zero moment of truth, based on the understanding what influences you to make a choice. And once you make the final decision, what you'll do after making the decision. All that generates some kind of a routine. It goes back to the beginning, and then tweak the model to keep improving and so on. So far, you know the process, you know the answers, but you can't do that alone, because you alone you can this fits from saying that alone you can go faster, but together you can go beyond your expectations, whatever the phrase is. So let's try to create a machine with a group of people, which can be the Avengers or the Justice League. Probably you will not find these guys in here, but in the end, you just need to find some kind of passionate people which will do the job for you, which will be able to run within the fires and be able to sit with you on the tables to discuss new ways to improve the business. The question will be, what are the requirements to be on the table? And the requirements need to be very clear, otherwise you'll put a group of friends without clear requirements. After a few days you will be totally frustrated with output. So let's put some requirements, saying that the people need to be able to know how to code, know the market rules, somehow be able to communicate in a good manners, even be able to read and write. It's also a good point. Visualize and design, these buzzwords of AI, ML, and so on. But in top of that, they need to be able to have these cleaning skills. Most of the companies, they have this method of garbage in, garbage out. So you need to take care of what you have inside. So taking all that and going even deeper in terms of requirements, you'll find the necessity of understanding, this GDPR, POPIA, BCBS 239, NII, NIR, these funny concepts of IFRS, and even understanding the SLAs and OLAs, having some kind of public relations, because without public relations, you can have the best shop of data, but no one will be able to buy your ideas. So someone on your team needs to have this skill of elevator pitch to sell the idea within the elevator. So somewhere between 2 to 3 minutes. Otherwise, you will not have a budget to fund your ideas, or even try to understand your customers in a level of psychology, to understand how they behave. Otherwise, you'll not be able to communicate with the customers. So going back to the points, and you'll analyze that you also need to understand this business requirement documents, manage projects, and create this vibe within your projects. Just split in two, internal and external, saying that some of them will be managed by project managers, lawyers, engineers, and so on. So then once you have the team, you need to know how to retain the team. I think 9 processes are more than enough, which is mainly starting with hiring the right people based on the requirements that you have. Keep them updated in terms of the projects and your ideas. Pay the right salary, otherwise you will train them, and once they got trained, they will go to another place. Keep this communication of sharing the goal and the vision of the company, getting some feedback of the issues of the business, show the career opportunity for them to understand if they go beyond the line, they can even shine within the business without the need of leaving the company. offer some small perks, you know, some pizza dinners, beers, if it requires, having this understanding why they love the company, and you did it. Probably some of them will leave, you never know, but most of them will stay. And this is my last tip. For any transformation, you need to have the right team. You need to have dreamers and doers. You can fail, but you just need to fail fast. And many thanks for having me here. My name is Camilo Marci again. You have here my email and my LinkedIn link. My friends, keep safe.
Resilience and data privacy. Senior manager from Vodafone. Mustafa is graduated from King's College, University of London. He's a computer engineer and worked in the banking industry. And he currently works as a business continuity senior manager and data privacy officer in Vodafone. So he's with us. Mustafa, we warmly welcome you at our conference, and we are honored to have you. So I can see your slides properly, and you can start your presentation now. Stage is all yours.
Okay. Thank you very much,
Thank you.
Sarina.
Good luck.
And thank you. And thank you, everybody, having me. And good afternoon. As Sarina explained, I am from Vodafone. I am acting as business resilience and data privacy senior manager. Here, I would like to cover how we are going to make the assessment for privacy impact in cyber incident. And we would like to give you some more information how we are doing in Vodafone. This is the basic of the concept. This is for the agenda that I am going to deal with. This is for introduction to cyber instance based on the privacy and process, the GDPR and best practices, and technology and tool deployment. This is we are going to deal with some quantified variables and people who are the really decision making, how they are going to react for privacy related instance. Well, as you know that cyber instance came up from a couple of years ago, and it's getting much more higher and higher. In fact, for all privacy, we call it PIA, privacy information subject. So these are related for the privacy domain. So PIA principles impacts for the cyber instance. It also impacts for the reputation, economical harms, and also impacts on their private life. As you know that they always get in touch with somebody, and even though they speak on the phone, if their CDRs will be captured and then shared with somebody, it will impact on his family life, personal life, and also his corporate life as well. So this is a nuisance subject, but we have to deal it very constantly. So that's the reason for cyber instance, really we need to deal with privacy impact. But this is for covering for the process and GDPR and best practices. And I would just like to give you some more information about the governance. These are, I'm sure you're all familiar with GDPR, FISPA compliance, PCI, HIPAA, and Sarbanes-Oxley, and NIST. These are all common compliance frameworks and also best practices. They are mostly governing for all the corporate organizations. They are providing what to do, how they are going to react, but mostly they are just saying that you have to do this. Yes, we have to do this, but we don't know how to do it. That's coming from our learning experience, our internal experience, and also for the common best practices. We are mostly dealing with this for every day. So this is very important because we will get fined because of if we are not meeting the objectives for any regulator, they give us a heavy fine. These are common way of saying that this what they are proposed to do is they do or help to drive the business to practice on due diligence activities. They make the decisions not on just based on cost. They are saying that, as I try to explain, you have to do this. Yes, we know we have to do it, but we have to develop internal resources. Compliance frameworks are the basic building blocks because they just give a framework, and then with that, like you are requiring to do, provide some new resources. You have to provide the training. You have to do the risk assessment. You have to do the due diligence. You have to do, let's say, we have to provide availability. These are all compliance frameworks. So this is the building blocks, we call it. They are, of course, they are required to meet the compliance requirements, but they not always be secure because we say that, okay, if I am complying with the regulator, do I have to get penalty? Nobody can give you any guarantee that if you are totally compliant, you will have a much more interface with the cyber instance and you will get fined. Even you don't know what somebody's getting your private data, and you don't know he's going to sell for somebody else, even though it is they are reluctant to sell your competitors. Compliance is very important, but this is also subset of overall security strategy. So corporate security strategy should be also your corporate business strategy. We always say that corporate strategy should align with security strategy. In vice versa, in 10 years ago, we say that business objectives also covering for security strategy. Now, security strategy governing the business strategy. This is so contradicting because of the life is changing quite rapidly. For example, I am trying to explain to all this information from the web, but of course you may get any idea and then capture it and then make it for somebody else and then just identity theft. So you will be, I'm not an authority to claim for it. So this kind of things that changing quite rapidly. During the pandemic situation, we have seen quite a lot. This is, it doesn't give us a solid assurance for cyber incidents. There is a no silver bullet, you will get harmed. Basically, compliance frameworks in the best practices, it's work out 4 pillars. Deals with related, this is for related privacy. We get the law and regulations from the privacy requirements, and then we do it risk assessment based on the risk models we developed it on our resources. After we developed privacy engineering and security objectives, and then map the system capabilities and requirements. For example, I want to see where is the PIA data located. I want to see get in touch with the systems and the configuration. I need to have a resource for it. I need to have a hardware. I need to have software in order to identify PIA data. So I have to make an investment for it. It is very difficult to see before we haven't done this one. So laws and regulations, starting from the kick point, developing the risk models, and then privacy engineering and the security objectives, how we are going to handle this, and map to our system capabilities, and then system requirements. Then develop the risk management framework. We got best practice risk management framework, ISO, also GDPR, and then go for privacy impact assessments. After the privacy impact assessment, what is the deliverable? Risks are identified. What is the controls that should be implemented? How the system meets requirements. This is all developing from the compliance frameworks and best practice strategy. In Vodafone, we follow the SANS Institute 6 steps of incident management process. It is starting from the preparation and goes with the identification. Third one is the containment, and then fourth one is eradication. Fifth one is the recovery, and sixth one is lessons learned. Preparation state, we have to have some kind of assets in our hand. Assets can be hardware, software, and also administrative tasks, corporate policies, people. Some think that what is private data, how the corporate organization should keep the data. This is for this stage. For the identification of the PIA data is whether it has been captured or breached. So where is this data is located? Containment, as soon as the incident happened, we keep the system or the data isolated from the other environment, and then not to allow somebody else to get in touch with it. And after, when we have solved the problem, this is also deals with forensic analysis, gives a lot of involving many people, we will see later. And then when we found the root cause, we contact with eradication. That means that totally resolve the problem, and then go to the business side, make the business impact analysis, then recovery, go business as usual. Most part, I put it is a gray color, means that is there is no life. So after the incident happened, we have to write a report for it. Lessons learned. What was wrong? How did we solve the problem? Or can we solve the problem? Or we just keep it the remaining part to be solved for the future? And then keep all details, all the relevant evidences in our file. This is very important because regulator or any investigation come to us, we have to provide this, and also we have to keep for our corporate history and corporate knowledge that this kind of incident happened and then how we solve it. This kind of process, we deal with a lot of people, keeping the records. So these are the backbone of the process. This is for Vodafone Group Enterprise for data breach management process. As we try to explain, this is for GDPR coming from personal data breach, starting from the potential data breach, and then instead logged, go for the investigation, solve, and all closed. And then this is also looked for, we keep it for the stage that how it happened. We have to also inform the PIA responder, means that the data subjects. So PIA principals should be also informed this. This is coming from the security incident close cases. And then we perform for data breach management. This is also, we keep also tracking the time because regulation process, as you know that GDPR, we have got 72 hours. Time is, clock is ticking, so we keep all the records and also inform for the customer. Now, this was the summary, we will go much detailed on this one. In order to do this is involving many people, as you see previous slide. We need to have some kind of tool deployment. I'm not giving any something like for marketing purposes. I just saying for as a Vodafone what we do. We use OneTrust as a global privacy management tool for Vodafone. We do for privacy assessments, cookie management, PDPR, data subjects, and vendor risk assessment, asset risk, etc. Most of the data privacy officers, they are required to be familiar with OneTrust. We got trained and also we integrated in our premises. It provides the possibility to log the data and breach records for the PDPR. So this is also related to privacy controls. OneTrust also has gotten APIs, can integrate with incident management tools such as CyberArk, ArcSight, Guardium. These are also integrated with this module. Basic features is this a self-service portal. This is for the breach notification. Also includes for the people who are, we call them privacy hero. So these are people has to be filled by them. And breach notification form, this is also important for factional analysis, data analysis, how they impacted, and should be assessed by the privacy officer. By the end of this session, I will try to explain to the people that who have been involving, which are decision makers, to be completed, because privacy officer or technology officers or line management should assess the data analysis results. By this assessment, they are going to come across some kind of judgment that this has been done, something like that. Then do the, of course, the risk assessment. This is a part of the process. This should be done by the privacy officer and also inform the regulatory body, and still lessons learned case. Notification automations also covers master and local records. This also includes. We keep the data for the segregation of data breach logs. This also should be assessed after the incident happened. We keep this record. We use it for our historical data. And mapping the PDPR for assessment of control records. This is covering for the basic feature. Case standards. This has got several templates. You develop the template based on the best practices. We developed ISO 27701. Our company goes for the certification for privacy standard. So this is we developed for the templates. Also, they've got already templates built in. This got also workflows, task allocation, and also developed user groups and logs. This is covering for reporting and exporting attachments. You can also attach. The basic assessment process starts with questions set. It's sends you the questions, and you write it down according to your response. It provides you another questions. It's not like a checklist process. I mean, you send Excel files as an assessment sheet, and then you expect the responder to fill them out. But here it's not like that. It sends you the set of questions according to your response, then it provides another questions. Now, this is the most important part. Well, this is for decision-making process. We will go a little bit detailed about our process. Here is very, very important. I am security professional as well as the business resilience. I am reporting to the corporate security, but we are very close to the cyber security team. So this is the stages that we go through: detection, triage analysis, privacy assessments. This is for our domain, and notification and containment process. We here as a corporate security, we trace on the fraud, speak up, and VIP, and also stolen device process, and then inform our employees, supplier, customer, or security research, whatever it is impacted from this instance. This is for main process that we go to data breach management. We've got a lot of issues coming from that, so this has to be handled from a group of people. So these are people are very aligned. We got a lot of experience for these cases. We keep on track for every time. Yeah, here our data breach management life cycle. Prepare, detect. You're already familiar. Triage and analysis. I will try to explain not too many detail, but just to give an idea of what we are dealing with. Prepare stage. This is automated reporting in online form, instant messaging, mobile app. This is for the data breach management. There is a tool to log. There are several tools. This is on the second line. So we keep then these logs and then send to our other systems for the further analysis, CyberArk, ArcSight, Guardium, and then track the information and checklist and process flow. These should be done beforehand. and contact lists. These are SLAs and critical assets and owners. This has to be prepared beforehand. So this data we provide to this process for the related people coming from the business impact analysis results, privacy impact analysis results, and also PDPR. So we got a list of critical assets and their owners, and we keep also all the records and process and data mapping. These are already done. And the next phase we use for cyber process, network intrusion detection. We use also corporate security. This is coming from the cyber team. Corporate security mainly focus on DLP. Also, cyber team deals with antivirus software, threat intelligence, and third-party researcher. Corporate security keeps on the internal investigation and lost or stolen device. And cyber or corporate security both, we have to inform of supply notification, customer notification, and employee notification. This process also deals with the crisis management. We've got an hour for 1 hour. SLA we have 1 hour, so we have to keep on track. Triage cases, we inform the incident manager or investigation manager. This is for identification of data involvement and action group. Analyst case deals with investigation manager. This should be accountable for the investigation process and has also keeping informing the related people, keep the very secure environment, and hand over to the privacy officer. Then data breach form has to be filled internally and also externally. I am from Turkey, so in our government has got the same authorities such as ICO. So data protection authority, we have to inform them date and time and all the field related forms and records and actions that we have taken. This is privacy officer. As an officer, I am dealing with analyzing data breach form and analysis, verify the PDPR records, and analysis all related privacy impact assessments. This is also coming from PIA. And conduct the risk assessment and inform the line management or DPO. I have to also inform for the Vodafone group. And then we have an SLA 8 hours. And business owner should also has to do the business impact assessment. Means that how many subscribers infected, are they all stolen? The data is all transferred to data. So this also how much money we lose it. What is the impact on our profile in the corporate business? What will happen? Is there something that happens to our competitors? Something like so. This has to be done for business owner. This is you see all risk scoring be done for the most of the people. So nature of the personal data and then location, traffic behavior, side elements. So we have to do this for all in a very limited time. After that, we do it for all the related people, and then impact analysis for the likelihood and not, if it's possible and impacted and medium or high, we have to notify the regulator. Which is likely or impact is this high, notify the individual. So we do it here. Main part and responsibility deals with the privacy officer because privacy officer acting in two ways. Chief Information Security Officer mostly deals with internally, but the privacy officer acting also with the all the related parties, like as the GDPR authorities, data protection authorities, our ICTA. So we have to provide them this kind of information and acting in two ways. Also, it has to involve with the crisis management in the group wide, and also acting with the security director for where there is a law enforcement is necessary. Investigation manager also deals with the cases for has to provide the consultancy with business owner and data privacy officer. So with the password research closing as taking, forcing the people Of course, the investigation manager is not going to do the closing server, but he's forcing getting in touch with the data privacy officer to force the chief security officer. And this is, as you know, in a redaction process, remove all instant tags. And then post-instant, we have to find the root cause analysis report and action plan to prevent recurrence and lessons learned. This is like our Bible. We are writing down and keep it our records for the further analysis. I would like to show you some ICO data breach statistics. You will see this coming from 2018 and 2019. This coming from the posted or incorrect recipients. So grand total to 3,263. This year is a little bit lower. I'm sorry, 1 year ago, a little bit lower. But here is, you will see some of this still phishing is 2,294 this year. Here you can't see all the data is same, but here the data invalid and incorrect recipient still, some of the data still, some of them, for example, phishing 205, phishing previous year 294. So this is, the numbers are slightly changing, but personal data still keeps on the same. Here another statistics coming from the ISACA. This is for overview state of cybersecurity. Cyber criminals, comparing with this previous year, increased this year around 23%. Hackers 17%, and advanced participant is 10%. So cyber criminals, comparing with the hackers, has got a much more share than other ones. This shows that we used to get scared of the hackers, but now cyber criminals now getting much more higher and higher rate. What we understand from the statistics and analysis, statistics shows that total hours of involvement per instant, and what is the indicator is, we get it from the additional resources. What is coming from the statistics, also from the breaches, is that it says that implementing additional controls. We call it a scoring process, CSP, security baseline. We have to keep it almost up to 4. The top score is 5. So whatever is the breach is recurring, we put implementing the controls additionally. This is mostly the challenging time lapse between occurrence and discovery, most difficult part, because we don't know whether this data, I mean PI data, whether is breached or not. We spent hours and hours, maybe days. We don't know whether this is really happened or not. This is really quite troublesome. So we have to improve for detection and notification process. To improve the detection process, you need a much more investment for the hardware and IDS and IPS systems, and also AI mostly. My colleagues explain AI getting much more tasks now. So we have to improve for the detection process. Timeless with the discovery containment, we have to improve essays. This one is much more easier than this one. We can also much improve this process. Low level reported breaches caused by human error. This is still has got a risk on it. Potential risk for what we do. We provide more training and awareness activities. Mostly best practices, corporate trainings, so we can improve this one. I give the name of the person as a function name. Here for this shows you the time frame, and then here corporate security, cyber security operational, and corporate security investigation, data breach incident management, e-discovery, data DPO, corporate security. Again, these are the really decision-making people who are being involving for this process. So they have to assess the process every time, assess the situation, and assess the people who are involving. So they got a good knowledge. They must have good knowledge about the process. Basic skills are required for this, mostly in information security. Business process is technical assessment, and much more curious about what is happening outside. We used to keen on our inside. Now we are also going for the outside, because somebody always going much more further than us. So we have to always challenge ourselves. We have to do much better than others. I try to do finish as much as I can. Our proverb, security and privacy go hand in hand. Without two giants, impossible one and another. Security cannot handle privacy issue. Privacy as it itself cannot handle most of the parts, because we got the controls from the security side. Security doesn't cover the PIA address. I mean, this, yeah, but how we are going to act for the regulator, something like this, is mostly deals with privacy and legal issue. Has to be go one hand, so this is very important for partnership. I would like to thank you for all. If you have any questions, this is my email address. I'm very glad to have you, and thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Mustafa, for your informative presentation. We're delighted for your time and participation. Thank you so much for being here.
Thank you. Thank you
I'll ask the audience that if they have any question, they can ask you in the chat or in the QA session.
Okay.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye. Yeah, so now our next presenter is Ahmed Rokibur. He's a VP and Head of IT Governance at the Citibank. He's a highly skilled, result-driven IT professional with versatile experience at system integration, routing and switching servers, storage, contact center, and database. Strong background in service provider with exceptional troubleshooting skill and intense interest in designing and developing large-scale enterprise composite networks. So, hi, Ahmed. How are you?
Hi, Serena. How are you? And good evening to from my location.
How are you?
Yeah, I'm fine. Thank you.
That's great. So, Ahmed, thank you so much for being here. You can start your presentation now. Good luck. Stage is all yours.
Okay. Thank you so much. Just hang on a second.
Yeah, I can see your slides now.
No, that's not the one.
Okay. Sure.
The one. Okay. Can you see the presentation?
Yeah, it's securing innovation and future technologies, right?
Okay. So we're absolutely fine. I think you all can hear me as well. We were talking about balancing innovation. We're more into innovation and adoption of emerging technology, and we'll be covering some security part of it, and also my thoughts of innovations and risk management and data protection part of it, as it is covered like at a whole. So according to Abraham Lincoln, he said that the best way to predict the future is to create it. So if you want to do some innovation and you want to go with the flow, then you must need to think about it and create it now. Just to give you a note that Abraham Lincoln, though he was a president, and he had a registered patent on lifting boats over a sand river or sea ocean bank. So he had predicted himself that he could do something better, and he done it, and that's why worldwide usable patent is there on his name. So what is innovation? So innovation is something we talk about, okay, something new that where we can have a new product, or maybe something new process to develop a new product, or maybe the window will open for a new market, or maybe new kind of business, or a new way of sourcing your customer, or maybe new source of supply. And it is not that if it is not fully implemented, you cannot say innovation is done. So actually works should be based on your current pattern and the new idea that you thought of it. So what innovation benefits? Innovation benefits improved quality. Then maybe you have a business that you have a production system that produce garments. So you already have a some kind of process where you can improve the process, and you can increase your production, or maybe the better way of serving your customer, increase efficiency, or maybe it could be reduce cost or better production, or new functions or features, or enhance current market and attractiveness and offering. Say your production lineup is says completed 1 month, and if you do something kind of innovation in your production line, then it can reduce up to 10 days within 20 days. So you're already ahead in the market. So you are one of the entity that you can serve your customer better, that everyone is giving producing their product within 30 days, and you are giving market benefits over 20 days. So new customer will be attracting to you to give orders to you. Then improve learning curve. Then you see, it's innovation. It is not something like a specific thing that you will try. You might have to try multiple ways of doing things, multiple ways to improve your business. So each and every ways you think of it, and each and every ways you cater of this, and you get a learning of it as well. That's why it is I mentioned that is a learning curve. Enhance economic in massive scale. Yes, is one simple idea can change your business dramatically. So I would give you one just simple example in our country perspective. See, our traditional card business, sales and other stuff, we actually, what we do that we keep salespeople. We keep salespeople, and they go door to door, or maybe a customer can come branch, or maybe through website. So there is a business they started off, they call Bank Compare BD, or something Amar Taka. So what they did, they signed up an agreement with all the banks, and they create a portal, and where they they automated the whole thing to apply for the loan, apply for the credit card, and a customer can go that site and they can check their all banks interest rate, so that they get a good deal from the bank's loan or maybe credit card. So it's a one idea is change the mindset. Now anyone needs a credit card or maybe a personal loan, they go to that website and check their assessment and everything, and they apply through them. So see, this idea generates different kind of business line, and also giving much more better outputs for the industry. Enhance economic in massive scale, then enhance human growth and potential, and increase competition and demographic and social and market change. See, that's how I just mentioned that that the way that the business has grown up. So for bank, that they are reducing costs, because they need multiple ways to do business. So if they get deals business deals from a third party, then it's increasing their business as well from them. So this is the benefits of innovation that is like very, layman's language. So we talk about like innovation. It's a assessment strengths, like 20 effort of innovation out of 21 gets success and 19 gets failures. It doesn't mean that we don't do innovation. We must definitely do innovation, because with that one innovation idea, it would change your total, might change your total industry, or maybe might change your business and your balance sheet as well. So according to McKinsey, 84% of executives says that innovation is important to growth strategy. And also, according to Accenture, it is also said 85% of executives consider their future success to be very or extremely dependent on innovation, which is absolutely right. I think you must agree with me as well. So let's go like century wise, how innovation is innovation has been done. Like in 18th century, then industrial revolutions came up. Then 19th century, steam engine and railway and other stuff. And 20th century, we talked about steel, electricity, heavy engineering, automobiles, and mass production. And later on 20th century, with the age of ICT revolution happened. In 21st century, we're talking about autonomous vehicles, space flight, IoT, VR, artificial intelligence, social media booms up and everything. And we call it an industry 4.0. So see, things keep on changing drastically after 20th century. So all innovation idea is patronized by the industry, and innovation is massively growing. So what is the focus of rest of the 21st century? It could be faster and stronger smartphone. It's day by day it's coming. Then faster and affordability, connectivity everywhere it is coming. It is already there, but it will be more faster like anything. It will be more faster like you clicking your own PC's icon. And then autonomous electrical vehicle already in the market. So there are a lot of innovations will be there for electrical vehicle as well. And then virtualization is already there. Then virtual reality will be capping up the market as well in terms of I would say that realtor and real estate business as well. Then 3D printing, then augmented reality as well. Then disease and medicines, because we are covering up the pandemic. So disease and medicine is one of the industries that will be very focused to have better innovations. Blockchain and cryptocurrency, reusable rockets and space flights. It's already there. You can book your flights and you can visit for certain moments of time and spend time in space. Then cloud services will be much more easier what we're doing now. Then genetical engineering, because the genome sequence needs to be more quicker identification of genome sequence for anything, like has to be more quicker. This type of innovations will be there. Then IoT devices will be the more focus area in 21st century later. So that is in my view that what later 21st century will be focused on in terms of innovation. So why we don't innovate? Why we don't do it? Still, like a large industry, large companies that they're thinking about it, not like all the companies they are focusing on that. The number one is like culture. Legendary management consultant and writer Peter Drucker, he mentioned the culture is strategy for breakfast. So if you don't have a strategy to innovate, or maybe make your business in a better way, so innovation will not be there. So culture needs to be improved. Time, we don't have time and money to waste upon ideas, because see, I just mentioned like in a couple of slides back that out of 19 one idea gets like success among 20 ideas. So it needs time and money as well. So that needs to be, that's also maybe one of the point that, that triggering not to innovate. Then uncertain risk, people thinking that, if we're doing fine, then why we risk it, right? So bad past experience, we remember 19 among 20 innovation fails, and forget one innovation succeed. So we don't actually think of it basically. Traditional job responsibility, we don't have a proper roles to choose the path of innovation. Well, it is coming because chief innovation officer is there, chief digitalization officer's position already been created. So these sort of things, industry already adapting this type of roles in the organogram or job responsibility. That is one of the reasons that we don't innovate. Management approval, often management is unwilling to invest in innovation, although all of them believes a single innovation can boost up the business. So in my opinion, this is the reason that we don't innovate. So let's go creating a culture of innovation. That foundational context, we need to ask that, whether your mission, vision, and values align with the innovation ideas, or establish trust. Do you believe that your one single idea can make a wonder? Or maybe like something like that environment support. How does your environment supports and block innovation? And establish process to innovate. Actually, but normal is that, do we know how to innovate our organization? This type of answers you should have to create innovation culture. Commitment. What are the indicators of commitment? Like, it is not that like that now everybody is thinking, came up with their mind that we need to do innovation, but commitment has been there for a long run. So then collaboration, how we communicate each other in the organization for innovation talk and other stuff, and acceptance of risk and fail. So if you want to enjoy the beauty of success, definitely you need to accept the risk and fail matter for innovation as well. Then characteristics of successful innovating companies. So in my opinion, I believe systematic collaboration in all aspects that leads to innovation. This is one of the good characteristics it could be. Then creativity of employees. So innovating idea normally comes from very junior most employee. It might can come from him as well, that you never thought of it. Maybe you've been passing years that you're doing the same thing, but idea can come from anyone from the organization. Then ability to evaluate the possibility of innovation idea. Then good teamwork. It's been observed in my organization that the team who their bonding is very strong. They have a very good creativity mindset of innovating things. Project-based approach and ability to manage projects. Like your organization might have several projects going on. So the mindset. If people has the mindset of innovating, they can they can see it upon in the project that for innovation as well. Then cooperation with external experts, university research and laboratories as well. Then proper rate for risk taking. Like let's take an example that you can take up to risk like $10,000 or maybe like $50 or $100,000. So if you have some kind of acceptance level of financial loss, it will be very easier for the authority to think about innovation. Employees motivation. The employees are willing to improve and the product and the operation, the whole company, if they are motivated. Continued education of employees and ability to finance in innovation activities. The successful company can innovate a lot of things if they can thought of these things. So risk in innovation. What might be the risk in innovation? Because it is altogether it's a whole is a risk. So how we manage the risk, that's very much important. In my opinion, that compliance and legal violation is one of the things. Consumer wants to fully transparent about where their data goes and who sees it and what will be done with it. So if you are a banker and your customer is always wanted to know that how your personal information are how is your personal information is being used, or maybe any third party is used or not. So the legal violations are, that is also released. So I need to think about it. Then data breach. Average cost of data breach is 3.92 million in 2019, along where average lifespan of breach is 314 days according to IBM. User privacy. Number of companies suffered high-profile data breaches that are compromised their customers' private information. Then reputational risk. Newly developed system may be prone to error, subject to bias, or easily hacked, can expose the organization public criticism. Then ethical and legal concerns. As AI system, artificial intelligence systems become more intelligent, they need to address the ethical and legal issues of AI-based innovation. Will be a permanent, concern. Definitely, it is permanent concern. Complexity and innovation in products. Business needs to make sure that their program or innovate device are safe and is a secure mechanism. So, let's take an example that if you innovate something, you test it, everything is good, but it doesn't mean that you just put it in live right in that way. You need at least 6 to 8 months or maybe a year to put it in live, because you never know. The multi dependent connected systems can create some different issues, and after maybe 3 or 4 years or maybe down the line. So at least you can have a test rate on for 1 year. Then public safety, data breach, AI-powered software and devices, self-driven vehicles can be devastating for public safety. The vehicles has automatic parking capability that may create some kind of problem where in parking in a congested area or maybe something like that. So this is the risk that I felt that in innovation. So managing risk is there. So how you can manage the risk? So then establish risk management culture in innovation. Develop pilot projects before going to full scale. So I mentioned that don't go for big bang, or maybe just go for phase wise or maybe pilot wise. So it'll be good for you, so you can manage and lower down the risk. Then involve risk management activity in the entire innovation life cycle. Then adjust risk appetite based on innovation project, and define risk treatment plan and prioritization risk, mitigate risk based on priority, and regularly monitor risk management effectiveness. So this is the basic things that we do in risk management. So we need to perform all the activities related to risk management in innovation life cycle as well. Okay, then protection of the data innovation, because innovation now is data is everything. So if you lose data, everything is gone. So you need to ensure protection of your data, which is very much important for innovation. That follow the compliance for appropriate standard for data privacy like GDPR and so on. Then ensure data confidentiality and privacy during new system design and testing. Establish transparency in system function and design. Design program or system for intended purpose only. Provide minimum data requirement. Then design accurate function of the system, and maintain the designate and proper data retention time limits. and establish accountability of the data owner and data custodian. Because what we have, like, we have like database guy who is like database guy, we sometimes give them the role, both of the role, data custodian and data owner. That it should not be. So apart from regularly security audit and technical assessment, which can be a very good idea to protection for the data. So that's all from my side. Thank you, everyone. That was my short presentation. So if you have any questions, please feel free to ask.
Hi, Emma. Thank you so much for your wonderful presentation. It was a very informative session. And I'll ask the audience that if they have any question, they can ask you in the chat or in the QA session.
Thank you so much.
Thank you for being here. Have a great day.
Yeah, bye-bye.
Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, our next presenter is Mofik Ayadi. He will be with us within few moments. Stay connected. Thank you.
You are on mute, Sally. Hello, how are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Great. Thanks for asking.
Thank you so much for being here. So ladies and gentlemen, now with us is Mofik Ayadi. He is the Microsoft Azure data scientist from Auto PHF. So Mofik, thank you so much for being here. So you can start your presentation after sharing your screen.
Okay. I'm gonna share my screen with you. Meanwhile, if you have any questions, please feel free to ask them. And share screen. Can you see my screen now?
Yeah, I can see your slides now. So great. So you can start your presentation now. Good luck. Stage is all yours.
Thank you. Hello, everyone. My name is Mofik Ayadi. I'm a data scientist within Odoo BHF. It's an European private investment group, and I'm currently also Google Africa developer mentor. And this is my presentation: deep learning for fraud detection using GCP. So GCP is the abbreviation for Google Cloud Platform. It's a little bit long, so we will always refer to it as GCP. So before starting this presentation, I want to thank the organizers for having me with you. And if you have any questions, like I said, please feel free to ask them. So during this presentation, we will talk about what is fraud and the international cost of fraud, then fighting fraud with AI and cloud. As you know, classical strategies, having professionals going through books one by one, it's really difficult to do that. So we are proposing an AI solution, not just AI, but backed with cloud too. And I'm going to share with you the links for the data set that I have used to do this work. And after that, we're going to discuss the deep learning model that we have created for fraud detection. And after that, we're going to follow up with this presentation in a form of a small workshop. I have made screen captures to make it quick, and it's about using AI with Google Cloud Platform. I have put some examples, and then I have put the full work that we have done. And at the end will be conclusion and perspectives, and you can feel free to share the thoughts about this presentation and the brief workshop. So here we go. So fraud and its costs. According to clear text, financial fraud happens when someone deprives you of your money or otherwise harm your financial health through misleading, deceptive, or other illegal practices. This can be done through a variety of methods, such as identity theft or investment fraud. We will not focus on the different types of frauds and how they happen, but we will just use a data set, a labeled data set, and try to detect when we can have a fraud. As you know, the data sets, they are gigantic, and there are really few hundreds of thousands of frauds. So we will try to detect them, but we will not going through the different types and why they happen. Moreover, one of the research that I found is from Jim Gee. Hopefully, I'm saying his name in correct way. He's a partner and national head of forensic services at Crow. He said that in the 10 years since the financial cost of fraud report was published, the global economy has suffered raising losses each year. So to summarize what he is saying, each year there is $5.7 trillion of loss because of the fraud. And the international spending on healthcare, it's $7.4 trillion. So to measure how big these numbers are, China's economy, China's GDP is 8 trillion. Germany's GDP, I think it's around 4 trillion. US GDP is $19 trillion. So we are talking about 5.1 trillion of losses because of fraud. If it's a nation, it's going to be in the top 5 nation according to their GDP, which is very, very scary. So we need to mitigate against those losses and prevent the risks and try to accommodate our systems so we can detect those kind of risks. Now, moving on to the next slide. Next. So when we are talking, so this is an IT security summit, and this is not a traditional way to fight security issues. It's like new kind of expertise to mitigate against security issues. So you will hear a lot about exploits. You will hear a lot about softwares like checkmarks. You will hear about Red Hat products for security vulnerabilities. I'm no expert on those, but in my team, we have the security team by establishing these kind of models, AI models, to check whether the financial transactions have some kind of anomalies, which can be leading to fraud. So this is like a novel way to tackle the security questions in a different approach. And it really helped save a lot of money. So in here we are talking about fighting fraud with AI and cloud. Well, I will be detailing how we are fighting the fraud with AI and cloud. According to Svetlana Belyadanova, head of operational risk management at Rosbank. Rosbank is part of a French giant bank. It's Société Générale Group. And she says the use of AI to fight financial fraud, both internal and external, has become a hot topic. AI is the future of fraud management, irrespective of the system you are using. It brings a lot of value in both data management and decision making. So this really affects the decision making, the data management, the security issues of any financial institution. And to fight financial fraud, we can use various variations of classical machine learning. For example, we have isolation forest. We can use another widespread type of algorithms. There are the reinforcement learning. One of the techniques are the MDP, Markov decision process. And of course, one of the notorious way is to create deep neural networks. And since the fraud can be linked to temporal aspect of the data, so we are dealing with time series, we can use a family of algorithm known as recurrent neural networks. And this is what we will discover later on, by which I have included the source code so you can check it by yourself. Moreover, putting these models into production adds another layer of complexity. Therefore, recurrent to cloud services such as Google Cloud Platform, which we will refer as GCP, is essential to the feasibility and the efficiency of the end-to-end artificial intelligence pipeline. So we are not just using AI to just make AI models. We need to put them into production. And this makes the things even more harder. If you're going to establish your own infrastructure, if you're going to build your own platform, and then you're going to like link all the dots to deploy it on a mobile application or deploy it on a website, that's like very time consuming, very effort consuming, and you need a lot of expertise. But what we need to do is have the use of cloud services. You can have AWS, you can have Microsoft Azure, you can have GCP, you can have, I think Alibaba have some good products in that kind of area. We need to leverage the power of AI through cloud services because it's really easy to implement those kind of infrastructure platform, and it does not cost a lot of money. So the data set we have used is, the first one is credit cards transaction by European cardholders, which is a real life data set, but the data is anonymized. And as you know, to comply with the GDPR, we need to anonymize the data. And of course, if you are a consumer, you don't want to see your financial transaction public and accessible to everyone. The second is PySim synthetic data set of a mobile money transaction. This is the simulated data, so it's not fake. There is a big difference between having a fake data and a simulated data. For the simulated data, we keep the same data distribution, we keep the same maximum of values and minimum values. We keep the same structure of the data, except that data does not like relate to a specific individual. So we can manipulate it as a real data, and it will give us results like the real data, but it's not actually the real data. It's like we can mask some aspects. If your name is Sammy, we can like change it to John, and the values that you have, it will not be affected, but you will never link John to Sammy. This is one of many examples. By the way, I want to share with you my GitHub where I have put the work I'm talking about. So you can find parts of the source code in here, fraud detection. So fraud detection algos, you can go here. I did not put the full notebook because, well, it's under development and some part of it I don't want to share it, but the main part, which is the model itself, it's in there. You can check it by yourself. Like we know, GitHub has a lot of problems in visualizing notebooks. So sometimes you need to refresh the page in order to see it. Otherwise, you can just download it. Especially if the notebook is a little bit big, sometimes it does not show. So what we do is like we go to MB Viewer. This is another website when you can see any notebook. Like seriously, people in GitHub need to fix that issue. Okay, so this is the notebook. You just copy paste and you put it in Jupyter Notebook Viewer, and then you open in Colab, and you can see the source code and everything. So like you see, this is my GitHub. Just put MWAFK and go in here. And then I have included the AI part where I hosted my notebook on Vertex AI. Vertex is the new name for Google Cloud Platform AI platform. It's called Vertex AI. I just put how to link your source code to Google Cloud Storage, Google BigQuery Machine Learning, and Vertex AI. This code is just a sample code that I have used, but I did not integrate the full source code. If you want the full source code, just text me on LinkedIn. Just send me an invitation or whatever. And my profile is in here. You can interact with me even if you see the video in GitHub on YouTube. Just shoot me a message and we will discuss furthermore the details. Now, going back to the presentation, we're gonna dive deep into technical aspects. So in the realm of artificial intelligence, we have many subfields, and one of them is the neural network. So we have made a TensorFlow model, which we have put CNN layers, and then we have used RNN, LSTM, bidirectional LSTM to try to find the best model. So LSTM is performing a little better than RNN, but it takes more time. And bidirectional LSTM have a better result, but it takes a huge amount of time. And like we said, the data that we have, it can be big data. And this is, so when I run this on my personal laptop, it takes a lot of time. While on the cloud, it's really fast. But on the cloud too, if you are using too much resources, you're gonna pay a lot of money. So the model that we have created is kinda friendly to your pocket money and friendly to your computer resources. And what we have done is we have removed the LSTM, which is computationally heavy, and we have changed it with GRU, which are gated recurrent units. And then we have through experience, we have tried to use bidirectional GRU. So you can see the word in here is BigRU. It's actually called bidirectional gated recurrent unit, and it's not that fast. It's much faster than BiLSTM, but it's not as fast as INN. Yet the results are much better. So we need to take consideration of the time efficiency and the result of the model. Not just the result of the model, but the time efficiency and the computational aspect of the models. So this is the model that we have created so far, and seeing the model right now, I think I'm gonna change even the LSTM in here. I think changing it with gated recurrent units is gonna be much faster. And let's try to explain it. What we are using is a windowed data set. So we are relying on the temporal aspect of the data by using a trailing window. So if I have 100 days, I will take 15 days from day 1 to day 15. Then I will take another window of 15 days, but starting from the second day to the 16th day. And then I will take another window from the 3rd day to the 17th day. This is what a trailing windowed data set means. The source code is the notebook that I have shared with you on GitHub, and you can refer to it. It's not that easy to implement it in TensorFlow. It's not like TensorFlow sometimes is not very clear as like using NumPy or Pandas, but like I have introduced, or I have put all the explanations, all the possible explanations and the manual execution that you can understand the windowed dataset. And after that, like we have used a CNN layer, since we have tabular data, so it's count 1D. And after that, we put a bidirectional gated recurrent unit. And this is where we had the best result. After that, we have kept the LSTM layers and followed by the dense layers. And this is the model that we have constructed for fraud detection. Now, how we are detecting fraud? So we have split the data into train and test. So on the train data, we are trying to predict the future. But we already have the future stored in the test data. So if the difference between the predicted value and the test value is big, that's probably a fraud. But I did not include the specific source code about that because the model, it's our novel approach, and the algorithm that really detects the final result of the fraud is like our added value. So I tried to omit the part of the source code in the notebook, but you still can communicate with me and we can discuss it furthermore, even though I have given you a little bit how we did it. So this is a deep learning model for fraud detection. Now, if you're gonna train half of gigabytes of data or 1 or 2 gigabytes of data, and they have years and years of financial transactions. On my laptop, it takes a lot of time. And sometimes when I put my laptop into work, everything it's not usable anymore. Like I need to wait for the models to finish training so I can like open Firefox browser or anything. So what we need to do is like use cloud to leverage the power of deep learning models. And here we go. So if you are talking about Google Cloud Platform, which is GCP, we need to start by creating a bucket storage using Google Cloud Storage. And in here, this is the bucket we have created where we're going to put the data. And like you see, the data is almost half a gigabyte. It's like more than 6,003,000 rows. On my laptop, it crashed. It's too much. And after creating the GCP bucket, now we're going to try to manipulate the data. But if you're going to do it with Pandas or NumPy, it's going to take forever. So what we are using is Google BigQuery, and specifically it's BigQML, BigQuery Machine Learning. And in here, we are not putting our own model, the CNN bidirectional GRU. We are trying to experiment with the data. So with BigQML, we can use machine learning models with SQL. So you have SQL to create it's like PLSQL. It looks like PLSQL. You can create or replace function, and this function will be our model. So you bring the data, and then you can do select from, you can group by, you do everything you can do in PLSQL or SQL, you can do it on BigQuery. But the novelty of BigQuery machine learning, which is BigQML, is like you can introduce machine learning functions like k-means. So with k-means, we have defined 5 clusters, and you can see the code in here is very simple. Anybody can use it, even for beginners. This is not like advanced stuff. And in here, we can see the result. So it gives you, so the numbers in here are the average of the amount error, and the new balance, the destination balance, and the original balance. And in here, it gives you the clusters. So this is the result visualization of the k-means on BigQML. So in here, we can see very huge values, the amount error, and the new balance origin. This is like too big, and this is too small. Like, I will not explain how k-means works. This is not the purpose of the presentation, but in the centroid 2 and 3, we have very weird values. In 2 and 3, we have very small values in here and very big values. Those most probably are out of the normal distribution of the data. So we have run another select SQL script to count the number of rows on each centroid. So k-means defines centroids, and the data is part, like 1, 2, 3 are part of the centroid 3.5, for example. If you have a data close to centroid, it's like a centroid is like it's like how to say it? It's like the point when the other points are around it, like the central point of specific points. So it's like having separate groups. So in those separate groups, we're trying to find the fraudulent transactions. And in the centroid 2 and 3, we have 742 fraudulent transaction, and in centroid 3, we have 800. More than 800, but in centroid 1 we have 4. So most probably those centroids defined by the k-means algorithm present the fraudulent transactions. Now, why I'm talking about this? This is like a way to play with your data using BigQML, but in the BQML platform, it's really super fast. If you have like 10 gigabytes and you need to put SQL statements, it's super fast to calculate them. It's super fast to do whatever you want. But if you do it using Pandas and NumPy on your notebook, on your own laptop, that takes forever. So that was a simple example of a machine learning algorithm used on a cloud platform, and it gives the results really quick. Like you can see in here, 1.7 seconds elapsed to give me this result. And in here, it's, I think I remember it was 40 seconds. If you do that on your own laptop, it takes forever. So we have put the data on cloud storage. We have connected the data on Google BigQuery machine learning. And now we will try to create a notebook on the cloud using Vertex AI. So I know if you are using Google Cloud Platform, you are used to the name AI Platform. Now it's called Vertex AI. It has all the components together in one stop shop. So in here, I have created my new notebook. And I'm using Tensorflow. It's an old version, but it's okay for the sake of the example. And in here, I'm trying to connect my notebook to BigQuery. So I get my BigQuery client, and then I have erased my project ID. So I have erased a lot of sensitive information, even on my GitHub account. And here I'm showing you how to connect your notebook to the cloud storage, to BQML, so it's like connecting 3 different components: cloud storage, BQML, and Vertex AI, which have the notebook inside of it. In here, I'm creating an instance of a BigQuery client. So the calculations will be hosted there. It's going to be super fast. So this is not a very clear solution, but it's a best practice to play with your data that way. Now, all of this was preparation to this last step. The last step is to create the model itself. So in here, I have put my model, which is a bidirectional, which is a CNN bidirectional GRU, and it's hosted on a notebook on Vertex AI, and it's connected to cloud BigQuery machine learning, which is connected to cloud storage, and it have given me great result. And the best thing about this is the speed. The speed is amazing, and you can play with this data, and it only costs $100 a month. I know if you are an individual, that's not too cheap, but if you are working with a company, I think that's very, very affordable, and you do not need to go around the hardware, the software, and you need to contact the support and go through all that struggle. This is a one-stop shop for everything to detect the fraud that you have in a financial transaction. Now, how we are technically doing it, we are using a family of recurrent neural networks that can capture the temporal aspect of the data. And we are using bidirectional models, so it can go forward and backward. So when it goes forward, we have the errors. And when it goes backwards, we can optimize the findings in the forward direction. But the number of data and the size of the data is very important, so we need to extract the best features. We usually do that with CNN, but in the dataset, before going public, the creators have used PCA. That's completely legitimate. It will not affect your results. And you can do this same work with no trouble at all, since the data is public, like I have shared with you the links for the 2 datasets, and you can find this presentation itself on my GitHub. So in the end, I can say you can do this same work on your laptop. You will need the PyCharm IDE, for example, or an Anaconda Jupyter notebook. You will need to download the dataset. Preferably, you work on your graphical card. You can activate the TensorFlow GPU, and you will notice how slow it is, even if you have a gamer laptop or optimize the graphical card for machine learning. I know that the gamer graphical cards are now machine learning developers friendly, but it's way better to use Microsoft Azure, to use AWS, or specifically to use Google Cloud Platform, which have workshops tailored and.
Okay, so we will start now. So welcome to our panel discussion. Our panel discussion topic is how are millennials changing the security industry? With me, we have Mofik Ayadi. He's a senior data scientist from Order BHF. And then we have Abdul Kalam. He is head of IT security and compliance. And then we have Rezaul Karim. He is cybersecurity expert and corporate security professional in the field of risk assessment, risk mitigation. So I'll ask the audience that if they will be having any questions from our panelists, they can ask us in the QA or in the chat session, and we will make sure they get answered by the respective person. Okay. Okay, so hi, Reza. So we will start with each of you giving 1 minute intro of how you are, who you are and what you do. We will start with Abdul Kalam.
Thank you, Sarina. Let me introduce myself, Abdul Kalam Ajat. I am leading Information Security and Compliance Division of Eastern Bank. Actually, we look after the overall security for the financial institute, and we do risk assessment. My strength is security assessment, compliance, risk assessment, vulnerability assessment, and PCI DSS and ISO. I have several professional certification along with academic background, and I am working for cybersecurity for more than 10 years along with other area. Total experience will be about 18 years. That's all about me. Thank you.
Okay, so now Mofik.
Hello everyone, my name is Maf Qaedi. Thank you, Serena, for introducing me as a senior, but I'm still not a senior yet. I try to compensate that with various projects. So I'm working as a data scientist within Odoo BHF, which is the biggest private investment group in Europe. I'm also a Google Africa developer mentor, so I mentor students who try to gain expertise in Google Cloud Platform. Even though I use Microsoft Azure in my professional job, I used to be AWS Educate Ambassador. I have like a really great focus on educating young generation, and I'm not like the experts on this summit, or they are experts in security, but like I try to create AI models that can help them. Like if you have watched my presentation a couple of minutes ago, it was about detecting fraud using AI in cloud. So thank you.
Okay, great. So Reza.
Thank you, everyone. This is Major Reza, retired from Bangladesh, and I'm currently working on cybersecurity, and I also look after the security risk assessment, risk mitigation, and also the vulnerability assessment. And my past experience, I worked under Bangladesh government, Bangladesh military service, and then Bangladesh police service also. And also I worked under United Nations, and also I have experience in corporate sectors. And currently I am also working under a multinational company. I look after physical security, information security, and also cyber security. Thank you.
That's great. So before we get into the details, let me ask how millennials think differently about online security. So we will start with Reza. So Reza, what do you think on this?
Thank you. Actually, before giving actually more details, let's first be introduced to it. What is millennials basically? This is basically the term millennials. Generally, it means the generation of people who all were born in the between the early 80s and 90s. And on other terms, we can call them the Y generation or the generation Y. And the millennials are likely the most studied and talked about this generation to date, and they're called also the first generation in the history that have grown up totally immersed in a world of digital technology, which has shaped their identities and created lasting political, social, cultural attitudes. The one you asked me that how millennials thinks, especially about this present online security, right?
Yes, that's right.
If I'm not wrong, this was your question. So actually, in the wake of massive data breaches globally, we can see it's not only in a specific region. Globally, we can see there is a lot of massive data breaches. And the professionals across South Asian, if I speak about the South Asian workplaces, are stepping up their efforts to improve corporate cybersecurity, and individuals are doing more to keep their personal information safe in online, and the companies are investing more heavily in the IT sector and mostly the information security sector, and also online security as an added precaution in the increasingly vulnerable age. Once upon a time, people used to use kind of that what do you call that kind of antivirus, some software used to use for kind of protection in computer, but now people are more proactive. They think what can happen. They assume, they take precautions. So this is the habit of the first generation, the millennials. They're getting precautionary actions. That is what we call the preventive measures. Because the protection means there is three forms: prevention, protection, and then reaction, right? Or you do the rectification or the correction or the repair. So if you take the prevention, you don't need to face any kind of threats. So the first layer of prevention is the precautions. So here, if you compare to other generation, especially before the millennials, they are more in comparison with the previous generations, the millennials or the Y generations, they are more idealistic and less constrained. They have more freedom, they have more liberty, and they grow up in an age of internet access, and the digital devices are more connected than any generation before we had. They're not waiting to have access. They are already in a mode that they have the access. So thereby they just need now their prevention plan. And then ultimately these conditions have given millennials two key traits regarding online security, and that is awareness and apathy. So millennials have more trust in institutions that guard their personal data. For example, if you give some statistics, that 67% of millennials have a lot of trust that their personal bank is guarding their personal information. Like in some banks, you have your account. Sorry. In the bank, you have accounts, or you are having credit cards, your debit cards. So the bank before 30 years used to give your name, your father's name, date of birth, highest and address. Bank account is open, right? But now you need to give lot of information: your national national ID number, your passport number, your date of birth, your family address, detail, all information you are giving to that bank. So the bank is guarding your personal information compared to 56% of other generation. This is doing 67%. They have that trust, and the 56% they have that belief that all that personal information is protected or kept to a bank. So thereby they are having more concern now. And millennials have higher trust almost every category, including banks, health insurance companies, credit card companies, cell phone companies, etc. Right? So there are a few potential root causes here. The first and the foremost obvious is that because millennials grew up in an era where internet access was plentiful, but before that it was not. It was very much limited. But for the millennials, it is plentiful, and social media sites were first starting to emerge. They have already found that social media it's going to be emerged. That was not established. But the second generation, third generation, they have found the social media is already established. It is already formed. But for the millennials, they have found it is growing up. So they had to face a lot of challenges. They are now quite experienced. They have become expert. They are well aware about the social media and the information security risk and gaps. So they hold little no expectations for their own privacy, and they are accustomed to a world where their personal data is held by other organizations. Already they are accustomed that their information will be held by some other organization. But the previous generation, they would not think like that. And they haven't seen any catastrophic consequences from that reality. And one more thing, the effects on the workplace, if I give in short, at present for the Y generation or the millennials, the effects on workplace is that they have greater trust on online security services. This is one of the biggest effects. And also they're taking specific vulnerabilities very seriously in some specific areas. Like baby boomers are more likely to be concerned about cybersecurity than millennials, with 72% of baby boomers rarely storing work-related data on their personal devices, and 86% of baby boomers avoiding the download of free application on a work device. Previously, they would not think, but now they are very much conscious. They don't download anything. They may find it in YouTube or Google's, but they don't download. But previously, they used to give search. They found something and start downloading, but now they don't do. So the baby boomers are they're much more aware. Which in that case there is a little difference with the millennials, and then the individual effort. While baby boomers had baby boomers and the previous generation may focus on corporation-wide security problems such as company failure in a massive data breach, millennials are more likely to focus on individual efforts. Previous, they are the team efforts. Now the millennials, they are thinking, forget about the company. I myself also need to protect myself. I need to protect my Facebook. I need to protect my LinkedIn. I need to protect my own pages. So they are focusing also on their individual issues. Thank you.
Great. So now, Mofik, what do you think about this?
So I share the same many same opinions like Reza. So thank you so much for the enriching analysis that you have done. Well, as a millennial, I remember in the early 20s, I was like, when we had access to internet, it was like in Tunisia, it was 2002 to 2004, and everybody was scared about the online security aspect. So I remember like people were advising us, when you create an account online, do not use your name, do not use your picture. In the email address, it should not be like having your first and last name. So when we have started using internet, the cybersecurity issues, and it was like a big thing. And I remember, like, for now I'm an engineer, and my first motivation to be an engineer is to be a security engineer. but like then my preferences has shifted toward machine learning and data science. But why I had that inspiration to become an engineer, security engineer in the first place? Because I was in love with the exploits that I can download from the internet. So in the early years, like 2002 until 2006, 8, you can just go on the internet, download spyware, download whatever kind of software to hack your friends. It was cool, like Among Us. You can even hack small websites using .exe application. It was really simple. It affects your computer, but not all of them will affect your computer. So from one side, like as a simple internet user, like in my generation, like we do not put our pictures, our names, even the birthday is always fake. But like as a geek and in my community, like we used to love the internet because we had those exploits and we can create them. But after 2012, starting with the social media, it's getting a big momentum worldwide. Like our behavior has shifted. So I remember on MySpace, we have shifted. There was like Skype was big, but even on Skype, we do not put our real name and faces. But then there was High Five, and after High Five, MySpace. In MySpace, the novelty was like the famous people can put their pictures. So the simple users like me, like we were encouraged to put our real credentials and real faces. And I think Facebook has capitalized on that. So they encouraged us to change our behavior, to think about the internet. It's a safe thing. And I think now after like Facebook and Instagram became a big thing, millennials' way of perceiving the internet has drastically changed. Everybody is sharing their most intimate moments, like their name, pictures, what they are doing, and they are not scared. So like Riza talked about many true aspects. For me, like as a millennial, I have seen a big shift, a very tremendous shift between how we perceive the internet. And I think having a more secure, because in the early days, internet was not that secure. You will always, like Riza said, you worry about downloading anything. You will, when you see an ad, you don't click on it. When you see something suspicious, you know when you click on it, you will get a virus or you will get worms. And using flash drives, that's so dangerous. We know the mob is at worm, like replicate itself, and we see the shortcuts on the laptops, and it makes the RAM is going to explode, and you do not have a memory on your laptop. So that's before like having social media. This is how we see the internet. But then the internet became more secure. Like really rare when I hear about somebody that like clicked a phishing link, downloaded a software that has a virus. So like even the dynamicity of the internet, like the dynamic has changed. Big companies are supervising the content, and I think now it's more secure. Now I do not need to double check a lot of things, and I have my own name and pictures everywhere, and it's okay. But in the early days of the millennials, it was a completely different story. And you can see this big shift in thinking with Generation Z. So Gen Z are like the second shift of the millennial. Gen Z do not really get scared about online security. Yet there is a big aspect, like when somebody steals your identity, it's mainly when they reverse engineer your social behavior. They know what you are doing online. They track you down, and they can steal your Instagram account. Like some friends of mine, they know I'm an IT engineer, so when they get hacked, they call me. I tell them I'm no security expert. I develop AI models to detect some kind of behavior based on the data labeled by the security engineers. I help them. I'm not an expert on like getting back your Instagram account or your Facebook account. And once those accounts get hacked, the hackers use them as a fake profiles to provide disinformation. So I think this is the new millennium issue and the Gen Z issue. Everybody is so scared to lose. For me, I'm scared to lose my LinkedIn account because I have like almost 10,000 followers, but I don't really care about Facebook. So the millennials and Gen Z, when they have like big followers, they will become very obsessed about the security of their accounts. But like for me on Facebook, I have a couple of hundreds of friends. If they hack me and spread false information, I won't really care. Like I will call them by the phone, send a couple of emails, and it's gonna be all right. So the perspective really changed, and between millennials, what they are doing with that kind of content on social media. And I'm focusing a lot on social media because I think this is the platforms that change the way we look at internet. So in my country, they say you need to have a Facebook access, which means like an internet account access. So when you go to create when you go to access internet, you buy a Facebook access. It's called that way. The ISP and the internet providers call it a Facebook access, not an internet access. So this paradigm is really becoming complex, and for me sometimes it's kind of funny how you can purchase like 4G services and it's called Facebook like service, even though it's internet service, and this affects the way we perceive security issues. So thank you.
Okay, great. So now we'll hear about from Abdul Kalam. So Abdul, what do you think on this?
Yeah, really, it's interesting and something very complex situation like millennium. So if we divided millennium into several groups, we found few groups. They are not that much aware. Actually, that should be like already I is told that they are sharing lots of information carelessly into the Facebook, Twitter, LinkedIn. So actually, they don't think the impact of this sharing the data. As a result, they are making public for their private data. So that is the one bad thing. But if I see the good thing, most of the millennials, what we found, they're very careful about this thing. And as they born at the internet age, they know how to use their personal data in the internet. They know how to protect their system. And from the beginning, they are very curious. Actually, I like to say that from the childhood, they are very curious about their security and privacy. And as they are using these things, they always try to protect their personal data and organizational data definitely. And they sometimes do some sorts of research activity like that. How can other can hack their data? They do that sorts of research. We found also something during our analysis that we found lots of people at this age, they do dark web monitoring, dark web search, such that they can identify is there any private data goes into the dark web, or they do privacy violation and search into their data into the private website, such that they can identify whether any data has breached all these things. So in that case, I found majority of millennials are very serious about their data, very serious about their internet use in their workplace, in their home, and definitely that is a good sign of millennium. And as they have born at this age, and they know how can protect, as you say, older age people or other age of people, at older age people before Y-Gen, like before millennium, they were scared to use into the internet. They are scared to using this data into the world wide web. But that age, Y-Age generation, they are not that much scared. They are curious to use, and they know how to protect and seize this. And we found lots of criteria that when a millennial using the data or when a millennial connect to internet, there are different steps they follow. And sometimes we found that all millennials are not acting same way. Majority millennium be cautious before connecting to their device into internet. They think twice, or they think at least once before connecting with internet or before connecting with new system, all this. And they also after their behavior is like that, they also delete or purge their data after using all this, and they don't openly connect to the public Wi-Fi or public connection. What happened to our some careless kids, all this, but they are very cautious about this. And we know that as they are seeing this internet and other things from their childhood, they build their capability inside the brain about cyber security. Like, so from the early age, we found lots of good ethical hacker at very early age, below 15, below 20. They are helping different cybersecurity organizations to identify the cyber threat, all this, because they have inbuilt capability as they are born at this thing. And we found lots of 30 to 40 age people, they are leading the industry in the cybersecurity because they got idea, they have experience, and they have good knowledge and skill set, and they are using this thing, all these things. And obviously, if we see the social media part, first of all, people like something like that, they like to share more information because they are getting comments, all these things. But nowadays we found no, all are not doing the same way, all are not behaving the same way. People are more cautious to sharing their public private information, their photo, all this location. So that's the good sign of this millennial, and that is why they are improving the cyber etiquette and cyber behavior. So, and it's actually, it also differ from region to region. Some region we may found no awareness about their cyber behavior, cyber presence, cyber sharing, but many regions of the world we found very good etiquette, very good knowledge about their millennial, and so that's why they are improving their thing. And ultimately, definitely, we need more awareness for the millennial as they have the prime resource. And so, if we can aware them, or if we can have a good understanding about them, if they can have good understanding about the risks, so they can, I hope, more mature behavior from them. Thank you.
Okay, great. Were millennials born for a career in cybersecurity? We will start with Mofik. So Mofik, we cannot hear you.
Yeah, like it's been 2 years working remotely, and I still forget my microphone on mute and my camera turned off. Okay, so for the second question on thoughts on millennials or cybersecurity, I think, like I said in the first question, it depends on what they are doing with the internet itself. If you are an influencer, if you have like thousands of people following you on Instagram, or Facebook, or I don't know the platform that you like prioritize, you will have a different perception than a simple user. So for people like for Instagrammers, they are the most famous. They use paid softwares to protect their phones because they have their pictures, and the pictures they generate ads and they generate revenues, and we know a lot of Instagrammers, it's like a full-time job, so they need to protect their full-time job. So what they are doing is invest in paid softwares, and they install it on their phones, on their laptops, and it's a top priority. A lot of people with public accounts, like official people, actors, famous people, they even have 2 or 3 phones. So with those 2 or 3 phones, they store different kind of data. Like for a phone for contact information, a phone for videos, a phone for pictures, and try to encrypt their messages and encrypt everything. Of course, not all of them are tech savvy. Actually, most of them, they recruit to security agencies, or they have an agent. Like the agent will contact professionals to protect their digital identity, and to make connections with other TV station, radio station. They manage all of that, and one of the aspects they manage is the security aspect. So the millennials that are leading digital identities of full-time jobs using social media. They have a paranoid, like the other day, like 2 weeks or 3 weeks ago, when Facebook was down and Instagram was down, and it was a big international scandal for the company. Like most of Instagrams will be, oh my God, I'm gonna lose my job. I'm gonna go back to the market and get a real job because they thought like Facebook was over and Instagram was down forever. And the frenzy we have seen the frenzy transitioning to LinkedIn. So some of them has LinkedIn accounts with a few followers, and they were on real time on those 6 hours, 6 black hours of Facebook down. They were like sharing their fears, and they went to Twitter and like they were like, okay, this is it for us. It's a game changing. So their perception is really different from simple users. For me, I'm a simple Facebook user. I don't even have an Instagram. I don't have a Twitter. I swear to God, I did not even notice there was a problem on Facebook. I slept early. I did not care about it. And in here, I'm talking from the perspective of a normal user. But if that thing happened to LinkedIn, I would be freaking out. I gathered my 10,000 follower, and it was like very difficult. If you tell me LinkedIn has a cyber security issue, I'll be like, oh my God. And like people can steal my digital identity easily from LinkedIn, and like they will be texting people as me, and that does not work for me. So it depends really on what the millennials are doing with that kind of stuff. And like I said before, like in the early days, 2004 and 6, I was like using softwares to protect my laptop from viruses and everything. And for now, I'm just careful, and it's really rare when I catch a virus from online content, or maybe because of my profession, I know when do not click on some links. And even in my company, they were like hacked. They hacked a lot of accounts. But for me, I was like, this looks like a phishing attack. It's like, you know, when they send you a text about Netflix, it has the same logo, the same jargon. But like when they did it in my company, they were like, oh, you need to change it immediately. Then I know, because in my company, nothing is immediate. You need to wait for everything. So I was like, oh my God, in 2 or 3 years, now they need to be really immediate about that kind of stuff. So I was like, that's an attack. So I called them, I reported, and they said like a couple of people, but in the end it was like, I cannot disclose the number, you know, it's a bank and sensitive, but like it happens, and it depends on people job, it depends on their background, so we cannot like generalize for all the millennials, and that's my opinion.
Yeah, that's great, and that's really very interesting. So now we'll hear from Abdul. So Abdul, what do you think on this?
Yeah, I see lots of interesting things in my life. Like I see nowadays very small kids, like 5 years old kids. He's trying to hack his father or mother's phone pin or password, and after that, at the age after 2 or 3 years, he tried to hack his father's email ID, his father's credit card, and try to withdraw money. That gives them the interest to become cybersecurity field. So when the kids grow up, he think it is very interesting thing. He find it is very uncommon thing, and then he try to learn something about the cybersecurity, and then eventually he find or she find the path to become a cybersecurity expert. And over last couple of years, I found lots of story of such kind of young boys or girls. They come to cybersecurity field. I talked with them personally and found them at their age, early age, they try to crack his parents' email ID, phone books, and afterwards they think, why not we do study? And they found lots of study into this area, and they found there is education, professional certification in this way, and they enter into this path and they become eventually very good cybersecurity professional. And obviously, people, what is forbidden, what is not allowed, there is more interest into that part. And as that is, we are using password and PIN to protect our device. So from the earliest, kids or young generation become more interested to hack this thing. So that give them some impression to become into this field, and eventually they earn their knowledge and skill set into this area and they become. And actually, if we see the generation of cyber security actually have ethical hacker who are the cyber security research, we found lots of young age people. They are very good in cyber security. They have inbuilt capacity. They identify lots of vulnerability into many renowned system, and they get reward and they become either professionally and then chose their field into that area. So this how they are doing very good in cybersecurity. But obviously that's something also depends on people mindset and their family background, and definitely in which area. Like in rural area, we hardly find people who step into cybersecurity career because at their age, at before 10 or 15 years, they don't see what is internet. They are not used to computer on digital device. So that area, we didn't get lots of cybersecurity professionals. They eventually cannot think what is the cybersecurity or the digital thing, all this. But in area where the digital technology is more used and they find this technology and they use this technology, they become into this career. And so, and we all know that there is a boom in this sector, cyber security professional. There is lack of good professional in this one. There is lots of demand for cyber security and people are stepping into this career. And obviously millennials are doing very good in this area and they are leading this market, obviously I'll take. So that's how they are progressing into this cyber security area. Thank you.
Great. So my last question is that what are the biggest challenges for millennials in tackling IT security online and offline? Okay, so we will start with Mokbek. Mokbek, we cannot hear you.
Can you please repeat the question? I did not really.
Yeah, sure. What are the biggest challenges for millennials in tackling IT security online and offline?
I think the biggest challenge for tech leads in the security field will be like, for now, it's the cloud, how to secure the cloud. Because once you get access to one of the servers, you can be within some data centers and you can like mess the whole thing up. And especially for companies. We're not like talking about Google like data centers or Facebook data centers. I'm talking like about small to medium-sized companies. You can take all over their digital identity. So how to secure that is a big question. The next thing is like how to implement a real-time like algorithm to detect all the intrusions. For me, like I'm always biased toward AI because that's what I do. And what we do is like get the labeled data from the security experts, and we try to model it to detect those kind of intrusions or like fraud, anomalies, money laundering, all those financial aspects. We try to do that on a regular basis. And there is like not 100% efficiency in that. There is always a room for error. But like when we are talking about cloud technologies, once one of the tech leads like get his identity usurped, like once his identity is exposed, like a hacker or an organization get a hold on his credentials, it's like a game over. It's like a panic attack. You cannot mitigate against that. So there is a lot of layers, like in medium-sized companies, there are different departments and each department is secured in a different way. So from a cloud perspective, from cloud engineering perspective, you need like to connect all the departments, but each department is has security measures by itself. So if one tech lead is going down, it will not bring down the other departments. And this is like one of today's big questions. But then the other aspects, like you can have a DDoS attacks with IoT devices. So if you have a lot of IoT devices, you can simply hack them and introduce a huge data to your storage. That will cost you money. So in here, the attackers will not just take your identity. No, they will just try to cost you money. There is a for Microsoft Azure, there is a remedy against those kind of attacks, but it will disrupt, like it will interrupt your operational aspects, and it will cost a lot of money. But even with those kind of aspects, that's not the thing that worries me, because like Abdul and Reza, like is their field of expertise to keep us protected. But for me, someone who's interested in artificial intelligence, I'm always thinking about how to mitigate against the security aspects once quantum computing is available. So quantum computers are capable to do astronomical computing tasks really fast and in real time. So that in the future will jeopardize the integrity of the IT systems. So for me, like I'll be so interested to know what other like security experts like projections about the future when the quantum computers are like ready to use by the average people. And one other aspect is how like to use the blockchain technology to mitigate against many securities issues, like how to protect your digital identity by using blockchain. So some people now are arguing, some governments are arguing, instead of your national identity card, instead of your passport, that anybody can steal them, like physically go there and steal them, or maybe rob you in the streets. How you can use blockchain to make your physical document digital and secure. Now we know falsifying the blockchain is kind of impossible. So can we shift, like can the tech leads and the companies shift toward using that kind of technology? And one of the most interesting combination, how is going to be the relationship between quantum computing and blockchain in the future, and what will be the security impact on those? And I'm sure there will be a lot of AI involved in those. So it's kind of getting scary. Well, I think as engineers, we will try to get ready by that time those things will happen, and hopefully we will be secure from having any kind of damages. Thank you.
Okay, great. So, Abdul, what do you think on this?
Yeah,
Sorry.
Yeah, I fully agree with Adit. He mentioned lots of new technology and challenge. Like if I lights on AI, if we use AI in wrongly, then it is again become the risk for cybersecurity. Like we are using AI to train, we are using training data to give the training, and such that it can be. If we give wrong data into the training, like while introducing automated car, if any bad interpreter train the car in wrong data using detecting human or detecting any animal, so that car will behave in actual like this. So it will not detect properly. So it will definitely do the accident and do the harm for human or others. So again, all the new technologies coming with lots of risks. So we have to do the risk assessment properly in terms of cyber and other area, and we have to use this effectively and efficiently to give proper way and effective way, such that it do the wrong, it cannot go wrong way, so it do the rightly. So this is just something we have to concern about this. And if we come to the millennial in their area, so they can do lots of things, and in coming days, like in their organization or in their personally, and using lots of technology is doing lots of harm in our mental and physical. So because we become addicted, somehow become addicted using Facebook, other social media. So that keep pressure or stress into our human mind. So if we use excessively, so that will be the again risk for mental health also. So we need to consider these things. So in terms of cyber security, as we are become lots of dependent into this technology. So if the technology become disrupt, like what we found before 6-hour shutdown of Facebook. So if we become lots of dependent, then it will again be harmful for the. So we need to make a balanced life of technology, and otherwise we will not live in this physical world. We'll be going to the virtually everywhere. So again, definitely there is lots of benefit of the technology and lots of demands also, but we have to decide consciously what we'll take, and we have to use at our convenient way such that it don't do the harm and but it do the benefit for the better part of the society. Thank you.
Great. So Reza, can you hear me? So I think there is some issue with Reza's internet. So that has been a wonderful panel discussion, and it was really great to have you all from varied companies and to have your different perspectives on this point. So thank you so much for being here, and I really enjoyed this panel discussion, and we are looking forward to work with you in our next conferences. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Sarina. Thank you.
Thank you. Have a great day. Bye.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Okay, so this has been a wonderful conference. I have enjoyed listening to the talks from our valued keynote speaker and the panel discussion. It is a privilege and honor to be entrusted with such an undertaking at a gathering of such eminent people from different parts of the world. So thank you so much to our esteemed presenters for the valuable point of view. Now we have reached to the end of the conference. On behalf of Platinum Global Solutions, I would like to thank all the stakeholders, including speakers, sponsors, and delegates, without whom this conference would not have been possible. I extend my best wishes to all of you. We will be back with novel themes in the coming months in the field of IT security. So have a nice